working for Central Groundwater Board from last 35 years.
Okay.
In various capacities. Most part of my life I was posted at Chandigarh.
Okay.
Last 35 years.
Okay.
So what is post-retirement plan?
बताओ हम तो पॉलिटिक्स ज्वाइन करना सोच रहे हैं मोदी जी के साथ लग जाएंगे
अब पंजाब में कहाँ मोदी जी?
अरे उसको एस्टेब्लिश करेंगे हम लोग क्या बात कर रहे हैं हम साला ही निकाल बाहर करेंगे थोड़े दिन में
मैं आपका नाम देखा तो मैं बोला बहुत दिन से इनसे मुलाकात हुई। खैर जो हमारा CWC प्रोजेक्ट था ना उसमें बहुत सारी दिक्कत हो रही थी तो फिर हमने पूरे टीम को हम लगे चंडीगढ़ हम बोले अभी हम करते हैं फिर तेजी सर से हमने मिलाया ये पढ़े लिखे हैं पटना साइंस कॉलेज
चलिए बढ़िया है
आप आगे आ जाओ
और क्या हो रहा है कोई एक्टिविटी
चंडीगढ़ में है?
अब तो संडे को कभी शिफ्ट किया है ना वाइफ इज वर्किंग तो फिर
अच्छा चंडीगढ़ वीकेंड
हाँ वीकेंड चले जाते हैं फ्राइडे आफ्टरनून में भाग जाते हैं और हम
शताब्दी
ना ड्राइव करके आते हैं ड्राइव करके। अब उसके पहले 3 साल ठीक है ना, यहाँ 2 बजे फ्री होकर निकल गए, 6 बजे हुआ 6 बजे निकल गए, ये हो जाता है।
चंडीगढ़ में कौन है यार?
सुनील है, वो भी रिटायर करा जो
कभी पुराने जो वही तो थे वो।
हाँ
सब शुरू कर
जी।
All right. Welcome everyone. This World Water Day. चलो जल्दी आ जाओ, बैठो।
Get your seats quickly.
Welcome everyone on this day, which is focused on groundwater. We have got a lineup of, I would say, the most distinguished speakers today. Before we begin the day's proceedings, let's have a round of introductions. My name is Ashok Kumar. I am Dean here, Dean Academics and Student Affairs. I am also the lead in the project, which is focused on sustainable development and water security. This project has a timeline of 5 years. It is being run from the Newcastle University. Professor Richard Dawson, perhaps some of you may know his name. He comes from Newcastle University and he is the global lead. Malaysia, Colombia, Ethiopia, India, and UK. These are the countries involved in this program. UKRI funded this project of 20 million pounds. Several PhD researchers are working in this project in SPA as well as globally. Several aspects related to sustainable development and water security are addressed through this project. We call these work streams. For example, we are also focused on water risks, water values, water governance, and there are some areas which crisscross across these various subdivisions that we have. Like we are working particularly in SPA on water sensitive planning, which draws on water sensitive design, particularly from Australia. But water sensitive planning aspect is not very well developed since this is a school of planning and architecture. So we are focused on developing this approach to water security and sustainable development called water sensitive planning. I have been here since the last 30 years, working on this project since the last 3 years. We brought out a few publications in the hub. So this is briefly me and the project. So now I would request perhaps.
Yes. I am Samitra Mukherjee. I am educated from Banaras Hindu University and I started my career in Central Groundwater Board and then as a scientist in Remote Sensing Application Center of Uttar Pradesh, and since 1992 I am teaching and conducting research in Jawaharlal Nehru University School of Environmental Sciences. And so far I have guided 29 PhDs and I have some 125 publications. Some of them are in Nature Journal also. And collaboration with various leading organizations of the world, including NASA, University of Wyoming, and so many other organizations. So I happen to be the convener of World Water Forum in Japan, 2003. And since this School of Planning and Architecture is actually for what we are doing this groundwater and water resources management, it is for the people, and the built up environment is one of the important component of the water resources management. So this is about. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Tejdeep Singh, and I am working as a scientist with Central Groundwater Board. I started my career way back. I think most of you must have not born at that time. Way back in 1987. I'm going to complete my 35 years of service and being superannuated next month, in the month of April. I studied my MSc Geology from Patna Science College, Patna University. I'm product of Patna Science College. And then after completing my, I was admitted in JNU for a very brief stint, just to stay in Delhi for the preparation of my civil services way back in 1986, 85, 86. And then I joined CGWB in 87 and under various capacities. And most of the time, I worked in Punjab. After 35 years of service, I have done groundwater surveys and groundwater studies in the state of Punjab for almost 27 years. So there are 12,500 villages in Punjab. You name the village, and I'll give you the detail of that village along with the depth to water and the aquifer statistics of that village. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Namaskar. I am Shashank Shekhar. I am a product of University of Delhi. I did my graduation, post-graduation, and PhD along with my job at Central Groundwater Board. In fact, all three of us have lineage from Central Groundwater Board. They're older to me. I was scientist there for 8-9 years. At the same time I did my PhD from University of Delhi. And once I finished my PhD, I joined my alma mater because I enjoy teaching. I teach water science there, hydrogeology, and I'm there from 2009. And before that, from 2001 to 2009, I was at Central Groundwater Board. So water is my subject, which I teach and which I research. And I'm also a visiting faculty at Artist department. So I have taken hydrogeology class for 1 semester and then general geology class for perhaps 3 years, maybe 3 years now. So I'm much familiar with this place. Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. I'm Professor Rabiduti Biswas in the Department of Physical Planning. I did my engineering from NIT Silchar and then master degree from IIT Kharagpur, then PhD from IIT Roorkee, and teaching here almost 25 years here.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. So I am from SPA, but since Sir has talked about Punjab, so my undergraduate is from Amritsar University, sir. GNG. And then, of course, my master's from here and PhD also from SPA, and I am really proud to be a part of SPA. As far as my professional career goes, I've been working in the field for around 15 years. After that, I started teaching, and now that is around 10 to 12 years that I've been in full-time teaching. And with that, I've been associated with many projects in and around Delhi, of course, and in Punjab also, where we have been providing landscape consultancy for those projects. And I've been a consultant to the presidential state for some time. That's one thing. And as related to this field, I've been on the committees with Delhi Jal Board and irrigation and flood control department. So, and many other places also, but this is pertaining to what we're doing today. And I'm very thankful to Sir to have me on this board.
You're welcome, Auntie. Can I quickly introduce our researchers who are working on the projects? Please stand up and just tell your name. there is a good number of people.
Sir,
Venus?
I'm Binish Mushtaq. I've done my master's in urban planning from SPA Delhi, and now I'm working on this project, the water sustainable project, from last 2 months. Before that, I've worked on a few government schemes on projects like Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana and NULM, and so that's about me.
Hello everyone, I'm Shambhavi Gupta and I did my Bachelor's of Planning from School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. I am working here since last 6 months and I'm working on water sensitive planning with Professor Kumar. And I look forward to see you all, hear some interesting discussion today. Thank you.
Okay, Ankush, go ahead.
Hello everyone, I am Ankush. I done my bachelor's, master's, and I am doing PhD from School of Planning and Architecture. As well as I joined Ashok sir way back, like 3 years. I have work experience under Ashok sir, and I am working on water sensitive planning. It's a topic where we are working on. So we would like to forward to meet you guys and also thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Jyoti Sharma. I did my Bachelor's of Architecture from Suitability College of Architecture, and then I did my Master's from SPA Delhi also. And after that, I'm working with Ashok sir and Professor under the guidance of Professor B.S. Rao. I'm working specifically on water risk in the project.
Anyone remaining? Go ahead. Shantanu?
I'm Shantanu, and I did my Bachelor of Architecture from Brahman Institute of Technology, and my Master in Urban Planning from SPA Delhi itself, and I'm currently working with the water sector.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Samitra, and I have done my Master's in Urban and Regional Planning from IIST Shillong. And at present, I'm working in Water Security Hub in the work stream values. So I'm really glad to be the part of this. Thank you.
We have one more, Mr. Nitin Singh. He is also working on water governance. He is joining us, but I have forgotten to introduce two more persons. One, rather three. You start with yourself.
I am Dr. Sakari Ramya. I'm working as assistant professor in Department of Urban Planning here. And I've done my PhD from IIT Roorkee, and then I've done my master from IIT Kharagpur. Actually, my PhD topic is mostly to do with modeling the climate change and glacier melting, the sustainable development of Himalayan region. And the reason being here is like one of my master students is doing thesis on water security planning in Ghaziabad as a study area. So I'm being like really keen on finding 1-2 indicators and just including that. Thank you.
She is one of our PhD students, global PhD student rather.
Hello everyone, I'm Shmaya Singhal. I'm doing a PhD at the University of Leeds. I did my bachelor's from Delhi University and I did my master's from University of New South Wales. So my topic is about the pollution in River Yamuna and the farming in the floodplains and the environmentalism around it. So my topic has changed quite a lot as it does, I think. But yeah, I've just started my 3rd year, so I'm gonna start my writing process and really look forward to all the discussions that happen.
My colleague Shobhajit Sarkar.
Hello everybody, I am Shobhajit Sarkar, and I've done my architecture from IT University, and after that I did my master's in environmental planning. I did my doctoral studies from Jadavpur University in Kolkata, and I have been teaching in SPS since 2009. So this topic is of much interest to me, as recently I have signed up projects in Odisha regarding the groundwater contamination in mining affected areas. So I'm recently doing that project. So this topic interests me.
Last but not least, this man is my student, has been my student, now my colleague.
Yes.
And also a stakeholder and collaborator with us.
Thank you, sir. My name is Pranav. I run an organization named Chagnya. We are a grassroots organization working with communities. As sir mentioned, we are one of the partners and collaborator in Water Security Hub India. And I look forward to contribute and hear from all of you on
Thank you everyone for coming. Today is an important day. We are talking about a place of groundwater in water security. Our focus of SPA Delhi as part of the hub is Delhi. So our examples and our presentations would include more examples from Delhi. Like you have worked in Punjab, so we are expecting to hear a lot more on Punjab. In the morning session, we have two presentations, one by Professor Samitra Mukherjee on my right, and Shri Tejdeep Singh on my left. These are the two presentations. Both of them you have already heard. They are distinguished scholars in the field of water security, or rather water sector, I would say. So now I would like to invite Professor Samitra Mukherjee for his presentation, which I think we have that presentation with us. So if you can please.
Can I go there?
Yeah, please.
Okay, his pointer is there.
Pointer है.
वैसे कोई बात नहीं. Good morning. So already we are all introduced, so I don't need to have any further introduction about myself and other things. So the thing is that we are working in the water resources sector, especially the groundwater, for several decades. But at the same time, I worked in tectonic activities of different parts of the world as well. So in the last one of the projects, but it was a DST sponsored project. We are working on this re-evaluation of seismogenic potentiality of Delhi Rohtak area. So while doing so, we could find some very interesting correlation in between the tectonic activities and subsurface water, not only subsurface water, the whole water resources. If you see, we have worked mainly by using the satellite images and ground verification, and then we have collected the samples from the field and we analyzed. And we found out a very interesting correlation in between the micro tremor. That means in all the time you will not find a earthquake of which we can feel in Delhi and NCR region. But most of the times, every month, at least 2-3 earthquakes are there. Sometimes it is more. We have established a broadband seismometers also in Jawaharlal Nehru University long ago, and we have collected the data. At the same time, we have collected the data of the national capital region, whole area. Initially, we collected the data of the Delhi, but we found out that its tentacles are not limited to Delhi, but it is beyond. That means there is a Delhi ridge, which we are all familiar with that. Our Jawaharlal Nehru University is situated actually on the ridge. But the thing is that it is very interesting to note that this ridge is actually part of Altyn-Tech fault. I found the name of that fault while working in Central Groundwater Board, Kolkata, where I used to just go through some old geology memoirs in the library of Geological Survey of India. Then I found out that the origin of the Altyn-Tech fault, this is one of the oldest fault of the world. And incidentally, it is piercing through Delhi. So it is even older than the Himalayan mountain range. There was a Dras mountain range. From the Dras mountain range to Arabian Sea, a very large fault which is existing on the earth. And we are situated over that. It was quite for so many million years. But then new tectonic activity started. And that new tectonic activity manifestations are not only on the built-up environment, but in the groundwater and surface water environment as well. So with that preamble, I would like to share with you some of the this is seismic activities and groundwater. they are correlated, they can be correlated with each other, and we have collected the samples of the groundwater as well as the depth to the water level in different parts of the National Capital Region, as well as now our work is extended beyond that. We are working in the Jaisalmer district also, which is Indo-Pakistan border. That was by a request of the Ministry of Defense, and because they are getting there everything, food and other commodities, but they are not getting water all the time. So we work with the Ministry of Defense, that is the Defense Terrain Research Laboratory, funded project work there, and we could find out some traces of the value channels of the Saraswati River in the Jaisalmer district. But the thing is that the whole crux of the point is that the distortion, origin, and change of this whole water resource is sometimes in the form of surface water, sometimes in the form of groundwater. It is due to the change in the subsurface. That means the microtremor and tectonic activities. So in the Delhi NCR region, tectonics, this is already established that this Delhi National Capital Region is reeling under microtremor activities. In 1960, there was an earthquake in Delhi and its epicenter was in Karolbagh, and it measured 6.0 of the Richter scale. Time to time, some microtremor activities are going on, and I collaborated with University of Delhi way back in 1994-95 when Professor Runwal was there. Then we collaborated in the early morning. We used to go with the instrument to measure different parts of Delhi and NCR region, and we could identify some microtremor activities are always going on inside Delhi. Why we used to go in the early morning? Because the daytime, most of the time the trucks are flying through, the other movements are going on. So we cannot, that is the noise. But in the early morning, the trucks are very few, and cars are also few during that time. And we could identify some microtremor activity. That was our beginning. Later, I worked with DST sponsored another project on this tectonic activities, new tectonic activities of National Capital Region and its correlation with the water resources. So this is the Delhi National Capital Region tectonics. So here you will find that some of the lineaments which are increasing, the lineament means subsurface fractures and faults which are changing its disposition in space and time. That means in some places you will find that there are strike-slip faults, and in some places you will find anaclon faults. And anaclon faults are typically in the quartzites and schist, Delhi quartzite and schist combination in the subsurface. And what happens in the cycle stand, if you push one cycle, then all the cycles can fall. The same thing happens in the subsurface of the Delhi also. So when there is a triggering of the earthquake, takes place, then it can influence slowly one rock to another rock to another rock. And this is the main reason of, in some places, there is an arbitrary change in the groundwater level, irrespective of the use of the groundwater. In some places, it is coming up, and in some places, it is going down. And at the same time, it's qualitative. Qualitatively, also, it is changing. So, how qualitatively it is changing is that we have assessed it by using the hyperspectral satellite data. For example, in the Delhi, in east side there is a river Yamuna, and in the west side there is a part of Haryana, Faridabad, Gurgaon, all those cities are there. And in that surrounding there are some lakes, Damdama Lake and other lakes are there. Even in that Faridabad there is one lake, Badkhal Lake. So when during our training period we used to go from sector 21 to Badkhal Lake for paddle boating. But nowadays you will not find neither water nor boat. Forget about the paddle. So the thing is that the crux of the point is that the water resources are diminishing. Subsurface water resources are also being affected. So the rocks are subjected to weathering and erosion. They are weathering, continuous weathering and erosion is there. on the surface as well as in the subsurface, and they are producing some clay minerals. For example, you will find in the western part of the Delhi, there are pegmatites are there, applites are there, along with the quartzites, and they are having some feldspars. And those feldspars in all the places are not having same characteristics. But in the Haryana, we found out that there are Montmorillonite clays are there. That is a calcium-rich clay. But in the Delhi, there is kaolinite clay. But during this microtremor, the cracks and fractures has developed, and the calcium-rich water, which is hard water, it finds its way to enter into the Delhi. So initially, the western part of the Delhi, the water was not that much hard, but nowadays you will find that the people, they are complaining that the water quality is changing. It is a very slow change, but the data which we have collected, we have analyzed, we have collected the samples in the field, depth to the water level as well as water sample, and analyzed in our lab, and we found out some very interesting finding of the microtremor with the groundwater quality and quantity. Here you can see, this is the satellite image of NCR region, and if you see this Yamuna river, it appears that it is getting pushed towards the eastern region. And here, this is the part of the Haryana. It appears that the rocks are teared apart. That means it is pushed towards the western side. So I will further enhance this image. So this is the enhanced image. Here, this is the Noida area. This is Faridabad area. And here it appears that, you can just see, it appears that someone is tearing apart the rocks. From where this force is coming? The force is coming from here, from the ridge. The ridge is coming up slowly, and it is pushing apart not only the river Yamuna, but it is pushing apart the rocks also. It is a very slow movement, but very powerful movement. So here you can see that you might have heard about some years ago, 3-4 years ago, there was a sand mining in the Gautam Buddha Nagar, illegal sand mining. And one lady IAS, she caught that gang. So, and that they were punished also, but later that lady IAS officer was also punished, she was transferred. So we are not going about this political issues. But the thing is that how this in Gautam Buddha Nagar, how this thick pile of sand was accumulated. That was due to the new tectonic activity and more action of the river, which was slowed down due to this curvature, and it was deposited more sand in this area. So unless there is a deposition of sand, you cannot remove it. And recently it was found out that in the Gautam Buddha Nagar area, especially in Noida, where in the sector 21, sector 20 and other places, in the rainy period, the water is not getting a way to go into the river Yamuna. In fact, the river Yamuna water is encroaching into the built environment. And in the first floor of the 21 sector, some of my relatives, my elder sister is living there. So they are facing some problem of the choking of the drains. So this is not the story of sector 21. In various other places, since I used to go there, I know the situation. But in other parts of the Gautam Buddha Nagar, this problem is there. And here you will find that these are the new tectonic activities. And here we have found out that there are cluster of the microtremors. Continuously, the earthquake activities are going on. We may not feel it. But the aquifer feels it. And we are worried about the aquifers. So this is the microtremor cluster. And here we have collected the data. Continuously, we are collecting the data till 2022. The current data is also with us. And the thing is that here you can see there are some, in some places there are more clusters of the microtremor activities, and some places it is less. So these are all epicenter locations of the microtremor activities. And the interesting thing is that all the data we have not collected from the secondary sources. Most of the data we have collected ourselves. These are the past seismic events. Since I have limitation of time, so I will skip some of the slides very fast. These are some neotectonic activities. We are aware. So this was my first project finding. It was highlighted in the Himalayan seismicity. And one new lineament was possible to infer in this work. So this is, I named it as Asola Bahadurgarh lineament. So here you must have heard about the Asola Bhatti sanctuary, and Bahadurgarh is in Haryana. So the lineament is there continuously, it is changing, and the 32-kilometer stretch area is the most vulnerable stretch for the microtremor activities. Asola to Bahadurgarh, 32-kilometer stretch. Our concern was not the built environment, because that is not our part of our subject. Although that time there was a planning, Delhi NCR planning board was there. I happened to be a member, invited member by Suresh Rohela, who is also, I think, associated with architectural planning and other things. He invited me for 1 year to be a member. So in that, I informed them that, see, you have to do special building code for this stretch, this 32-kilometer stretch. Otherwise, there is no guarantee. There is no guarantee that if in case there is an earthquake of 6 or more of the Richter scale, then those buildings can sustain. But the interesting thing is that most of the part of the Delhi in that area, the buildings do not have any completion certificate, including our Jawaharlal Nehru University. So that is the fact. That is the fact. So we are living on the mercy of the nature, earth god. So this is about that aquifer sealing or rerouting due to the seismic activity along faults, the mechanism, and the methodology that we adopted is the initiation of that is reconnaissance study by high resolution and high spectral resolution satellite data, including the hyperspectral data to identify the mineral from the space only, then digital image processing and map generation, and then final reporting. So this is our broadband seismometers. It is within our campus. Two broadband seismometers are there. One is in Academic Staff College, hidden inside the forest. Only I know that location where it is, and another is near the road in front of the life science building. Because the thing is that nowadays it is very difficult to keep the sensitive and costly instruments on the open area. Because I remember while working with Professor Runwal, we placed some wires for continuous measurement. That is, that one instrument was there, but that copper wire we could not trace the copper wire next day because it was vanished. But this technique saved the earthquake, the people of the Moscow area in 1960, because they placed that variometer on a very long stretch. And immediately, whenever there is a water level gone down due to the microtremor activity, it was recorded and it was informed automatically by the sensor. And they took some precautionary measure, and the people's life was saved. You cannot stop the earthquake, but if you know it is in slightly advanced level, at least 10 minutes, 15 minutes in advance, then possibly you can save the life. So this is the identification of the mineral using the hyperspectral data, as I was talking about this multimodularized clay. So the fractures are developing, and here through this fracture, it is coming towards the Delhi area. So it is also a published work in using hyperspectral data. So these are the outputs to enable to predict and correlate the groundwater quality with the microtremor activity in Delhi and National Capital Region. So the result is very important because it is on the Delhi and its surrounding area, because this is the most important place. But we forget about our mythological input. That was Indraprastha was there. There is no trace. Several times Delhi was built and smashed, sometimes by the nature, sometimes by the greedy people. And still it is going on, and it will go on. Because Delhi kisi ka nahi hai. Delhi, no one loves Delhi. Everybody earns from Delhi, but no one loves Delhi. So this is the water level fluctuation. And here you can see that there is a continuous water level fluctuation in those areas where one block is going down and another block is coming up. And we have found out that from not only from the data of my parent organization, Central Groundwater Board, but we have also measured that in Arkepuram sector 3, the water level is coming up. And this is a very pleasant surprise for CGWB as well as for us also. But it was all the glitters are not the gold. All the time, if the water level is coming up, that means it is also the signature of the hidden tectonic activity in that area. You will find that another important finding is, I would like to share with you. If you see the stretch of the Yamuna river, you will find that in the northern part of Delhi, where the Yamuna is flowing, the rate of sedimentation is relatively low in comparison to the South Delhi, near South Delhi, where the river is taking a curvature. You will find that the Badarpur sand, near Badarpur area, what is the origin of the Badarpur sand? Because of the deposition and of the sediments. So, but in the northern part of the Delhi, relatively the rate of sedimentation is low, and it is as low as 80 times low. It is not my finding. One of my senior, Professor V. Survanyam, and his student, Shitalwad, they have published the work. So then I reanalyzed the area. I found out, yes, it is correct that in the northern part of the Delhi, where you have also worked in the Palla area, you will find that the rate of sedimentation is relatively low in comparison to the Badarpur area, where the rate of sedimentation is very high. And that is also due to the neotectonic activities. So this is the water level fluctuation in different parts of Delhi, pre-monsoon as well as post-monsoon. So we have collected the water samples, and especially those areas where their epicenter locations are there. And we have analyzed the sediments also by using the X-ray diffractometers, and soil analysis was also done. And we found out that there is some correlation that the concentration of this calcium, fluoride, and other objectionable components are shifting towards from the west to the east side. So another very interesting finding. Can I have 5 minutes more? 5 minutes? I can sum up. So a very interesting finding that it has not been reported earlier, but we have published it in our journal paper also, that chromium is also found out in NCR region, especially in Delhi. So how this chromium can come? Where there is no chromium, means chrome plating is not being done, only the rocks are being crushed, and by surface tension it is coming near the surface of the earth. So this is the distribution of heavy metal, chromium, iron, nickel, copper, and all these things we are identified by using the analysis. So this is the spatial distribution of chromium. We can skip the land use part. These are some of the field photographs of the area, and the work is extended in the DTRL. So here also we identified some of the paleo channels and in the trace of the lineaments. And we use the AWS pulsar data, microwave sensor data. This resistivity survey. So the conclusion is that the groundwater of the region of the micro-tremor clusters and the region of the fault interaction zone show water level fluctuation is coinciding with the seismic events. And there is a concentration of the ionic concentration is also found to be correlated with the seismic events. And this is about the whole story about the. So actually, the time is It will be short. But the thing is that I wanted to show you the important findings, and this can be a future research of so many young students. And I'm always ready and open through email, as well as they can call me also for any type of support. If any question is in your mind, you are most welcome to ask.
Professor Mukherjee, we will take up questions little later.
Thank you.
That's one. Come to me, I would have preferred that to keep on talking to us.
Exactly.
But the thing is that since time is short and art is long.
Yes.
I have to honor it.
So I will skip my comments also. So invite Mr. Tej Singh.
I suggest you sit.
I'll speak.
Otherwise, the camera is that side.
अरे मत आइए, हम लोग ये कैमरा तो वही है, हम तो देखें, मतलब I believe in, I don't believe in virtual world.
It's okay.
इसकी मेरे को जरूरत शायद पड़ेगी नहीं, क्योंकि Dr. Mukherjee has changed the topic. Now this is the most interesting topic which I want to speak on. मैं पहले I already introduced myself. Good morning to all everybody once again. Actually since today is the World Water Day.
Even if you stand there, that will be nice.
Yeah. So since today is the World Water Day, and I work for Central Groundwater Board. Don't change the cover page. I work for the Central Groundwater Board, and what is the topic today? Groundwater making the invisible visible. Groundwater is always invisible. When I was a student of undergraduate, the professor of my physical geology, when teaching us interior of Earth, his first caption was, "It is very difficult to peep into the Earth's crust and see what lies beneath it." It was for all the students of every year. This was his first word when he used to teach us interior of Earth. Dr. Mukherjee has started the topic groundwater with the tectonics. From last 35 years, I'm fighting in Central Groundwater Board to include morphotectonics in all studies of Central Groundwater Board. In Central Groundwater Board, we consider two factors controlling the groundwater. That is porosity and permeability. Whereas I say the morphotectonics is one of the most important factor which is controlling not only the surface water, but it is controlling the groundwater more than surface water. See, in groundwater, we have got two types of problems. I'll start the basics of groundwater in a very simple way. The water is a very intelligent compound. Water is a compound with brain. Do you know any liquid which has a brain? That is only water. Because of its two properties. There are two properties of water: the adhesiveness of the water and the cohesive property of the water. हम जब पानी की टैंकी बनाते हैं किसी विलेज में, तो टैंकी की हाइट से हमारे घर के पानी हमारे घर में सेकंड फ्लोर तक चढ़ेगा कि नहीं, उस हिसाब से हम टैंकी की हाइट को फिक्स करते हैं. Why? There is a capillary rise in the groundwater. This capillary rise is because of the cohesive nature of each drop of the water, which is united to each other, which is combined with each other, and the force is so high. The force is more than the gravitational pull. The force of the gravitational pull is less, so that the water, because of the capillary rise, goes to the height. So we consider you won't find any liquid which has a brain or which has a capillary rise. किसी लिक्विड में कैपिलरी राइज नहीं होता है एक्सेप्ट वाटर में. जिसमें आप किसी का कैपिलरी राइज होगा भी तो उसमें 70% वाटर होगा. बी इट मिल्क, बी इट एनी अदर लिक्विड. आप मरकरी का लिक्विड ले लो, किसी और कंपाउंड का लिक्विड ले लो, उसमें कैपिलरी राइज नहीं होता है क्योंकि उसमें कोहेसिव फोर्स होता है, एडहेसिव फोर्स नहीं होता है. इसमें दोनों फोर्स होते हैं, इसीलिए वी ऑलवेज कंसीडर वाटर एज ए लिक्विड विद ए ब्रेन. ठीक है. तो when we call invisible a visible, water is always an invisible, underground water is always invisible, but how to make it visible? I'll use a word here, fire. सबके दिमाग में आग की पिक्चर आई होगी. Similarly, if I say water, ground water, आपके दिमाग में वो पिक्चर आनी चाहिए. So to make you literate of groundwater, how groundwater flows, how groundwater, from where the water comes into the ground, the source of water is only one, that is the meteoric water. Rainfall is the only source. Which flows on the surface of the earth is surface water, which flows below the surface of the earth is known as groundwater. There are different forms of waters, connate water, green water, purged water. There are so many things depending upon the place. हम जैसे हमारे शरीर में बाल का नाम बदल जाता है जगह से, उसी तरीके से पानी की प्लेस से हम पानी का नाम बदल देते हैं. तो ग्राउंड वाटर के कंट्रोलिंग फैक्टर एज एन हाइड्रोजियोलॉजिस्ट दो होते हैं, विच इज पोरोसिटी एंड परमेबिलिटी. पोरोसिटी एंड परमेबिलिटी डिपेंड करती है ग्राउंड वाटर के ग्रेन साइज पे. वी यूज एक टर्मिनोलॉजी यूज करते हैं ग्रेन साइज की. वी यूज टू यूज अ टर्मिनोलॉजी ऑफ ग्रेन साइज. The smallest particle is silt, clay, fine sand, medium sand, coarse sand, gravel, pebble, cobbles, so on and so forth. So these all nomenclatures are based on the size of the grain. These are nomenclatures are based on size of the grain. And which is the best aquifer? Out of from silt to boulder, which is the best aquifer? I will not ask question because the time is very less. Fine sand to coarse sand are the best aquifers, because why the silt and clay is not a good aquifer and why the boulder is not a good aquifer? Because the fine sand has a required porosity and permeability which allows the water to flow through it with an optimum speed, whereas silt and clay doesn't allow water to flow. Why? Because of the cohesive property of the water. Water encircles each grain of the clay and sand, and the two smaller grains are combined together because of the cohesive force. To flow water, we require energy. And from where that energy comes? That energy comes due to gravitational pull. The cohesive force here is more than the gravitational pull. The water doesn't allow the flow through clay and silt. Similarly, in the finer sands, two particles are substantially big and they are not united with each other. So there is ample wide space between the two successive grains and the water allows to flow. This is permeability. Now I come to the Dr. Mukherjee's point. We started commercial exploitation of groundwater about 5,000 years ago during Satavahana period. And we are using the Persian wells from last 3,000 years, which are quite prominent in Punjab area also, Persian wells, जिसको कि हम लोग रहट बोलते हैं. रहट होती है, वो बैल उसको चलाता है और पानी नीचे से खींच के ऊपर आता रहता है. Those are called Persian wells. But the type of damage which we have done to the groundwaters, ये हमने कब किया है? 5,000 years से हम commercial exploitation groundwater की कर रहे हैं, but the damage has been done during the Green Revolution when we have to feed our 130 million people. तो उसमें हमने groundwater को जितना damage किया है, जो मेरी एज के लोग हैं उनको पता होगा कि हम लोग कहीं पर भी पहले 10 फीट का खड्डा खोदते थे तो पानी आ जाता था, आज वहां पे 100 फीट में पानी है. So water is a thing which is too much and too little, both are the problem. And वाटर में दो तरीके की और प्रॉब्लम्स होती हैं. वाटर हैज अ प्रॉब्लम विद क्वालिटी एज वेल एज क्वांटिटी. क्वांटिटी में if the water goes down, water level in the groundwater goes down. अभी Dr. Mukherjee has said that there are so many paleo channels. I slightly differ with him on this. The whole earth is a paleo channel. Wherever aquifer is there, that aquifer was deposited due to the paleo channel only. And you know the thickness of the aquifer in India? In Indo-Gangetic Plain, there is a district in Bihar called Begusarai. Begusarai district में the thickness of the aquifer is 5.5 kilometer. 5.5 kilometer is the thickness of the aquifer. And what is the thickness of the aquifer in which Doab area where from where she belongs? From where she studied in Beas area, Amritsar Beas area, the thickness of aquifer is 4.5 kilometer. Then people say that there is a shortage of water. How can we say that there is a shortage of groundwater? There is a shortage of groundwater. There is a shortage of groundwater because with the depletion of 1 meter of water level, requires 4 kilowatt more energy. So there are 1 million tubewells in Punjab, 1.9 million tubewells in Punjab, and 1.3 million tubewells in Haryana. So on an average, there are about 2.5 million, 25 lakh tubewells in Punjab and Haryana. If 1 meter water level goes down, and every tubewell requires 0.44 kilowatt energy, how much more energy is required? To produce that energy, we have to generate huge amount of carbon footprinting. When we generate huge amount of carbon footprinting, this carbon footprinting is added to our produce, and we cannot export our produce to the different parts of the world, because they see to it then how many carbon points you are gaining the carbon points, not losing the carbon points. So when the water level is going down, we are producing more energy. See, our energy is still basically on fossil fuel. So we are generating more carbon points. So when we are adding the carbon points and moreover, to maintain the output of the produce, we are putting more and more chemical fertilizer in it. My paper was published regarding this only, how the use of chemical fertilizer. I have compared 3 things in Punjab: the use of chemical fertilizer, production of rice and wheat, and dependence upon tube well. Despite a huge network of canal, our canal irrigation in Punjab is only 26%. Rest 74% comes from groundwater. And what is this is the contribution of groundwater in the GDP of Punjab. Punjab's GDP is 2 lakh crore. In 2 lakh crore, about 70,000 crore comes from groundwater only. And what is the contribution for groundwater? 0. Because the tube well is constructed by whom? By the farmer himself. There is no government contribution. If government is paying free electricity, even then there is a large human cry. We are giving free electricity. But you see the contribution of groundwater in nation building. So I'll stop here the invisible, visible. Now I come to the point of morphotectonics. This is the topic which is very close to my heart, and I can explain you the morphotectonics in Punjab, if all of you permit. He has mentioned about the DSR. He has mentioned about the DSR, Delhi Sargodha Ridge, and he has not correlated the DSR, although because of his limited data for Punjab, he has not correlated the DSR with the scenario of groundwater. What is ridge? Punjab has 3 different geomorphological units: Maja, Doaba, and Malwa. Maja and Doaba is separated by Beas River, and the Doaba and this Malwa is separated by Satluj River. In the total of Punjab, there are 4 Doabs: Bist Doab, Bari Doab, Rachna Doab, and Chach Doab. Bist and Bari Doabs are in India, Rachna and Chach Doabs in Pakistan. It's not very difficult. This is not an Einstein question. You name. There are 5 rivers in Punjab: Ravi, Beas, Satluj, Jhelum, and Chenab. Take the 2 words of each river: Bist, Bari, Rachna, Chach. Bist, Beas and Satluj. Bari and Ravi. Like so. Southwestern part of the Sargodha is somewhere in Pakistan. That happens to my native place also. My parents migrated from Sargodha only. And I'm giving a lecture in Delhi. So Delhi and Sargodha has a very special place in my heart. So this ridge is nothing but Earth's interior of Earth is made up of crust, mantle, and core. Mantle is molten material. When the molten material, because of the tectonic activity, comes closer to the crust. Crust is made up of Sial and Sima. Sial, silica and aluminum. Sima, silica and magnesium. Crust is made up of Sial and Sima. And if the mantle material comes closer to the crust, it increases the temperature of crust also. Because of that pressure, so for the knowledge of Dr. Mukherjee, we constructed a series of tube wells along the ridge. Right from Amritsar in Indian, of course, in an Indian part, from Amritsar to Panipat. Because in Chandigarh, we were having the whole Haryana and Punjab under our control. In all the tube wells, the groundwater temperature, normally the groundwater temperature is 23 to 24 degrees centigrade. In all these tube wells constructed along the ridge, the temperature was 40 to 45 degrees centigrade. Okay, why the temperature? There is a rise in temperature because the molten material of magma of the mantle has a higher temperature, and when it comes closer to the crust, even if it is coming 500 meter closer, 500 meter, 1,000 meter, 1 kilometer, the thickness of the crust is almost 60 meter. It varies from place to place. I think I'm not wrong. The thickness of the crust is around 60 meter. When it comes closer to 59 meter or 58 meter or 57 meter, it creates a lot of pressure on the surrounding areas, and the temperature rises. When the temperature rises, this DSR, see, I told you about the groundwater. There are two types of problems. No, I'm just having 500, 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer, 60 kilometer. Kilometer, not meter. Oh, sorry, I have to tell meter. There is 60 kilometer. नहीं, फिर तो हम लोग evaporate हो जाते हैं. So that I told you, as I told you, with the rise of temperature in Punjab area, the rivers are flowing from northeast to southwest. Northeast to southwest means from Pathankot, Himachal side se, all rivers are flowing towards Pakistan. Be it all the 5 rivers are flowing towards Pakistan, including Sindhu, the 6th river, the main mighty rivers. The same pattern is followed by the groundwater also. The whole groundwater is also flowing towards southwest of India and ultimately going towards Pakistan. Now, as I told you earlier, there are two types of problems: the problem of quality and problem of quantity. Southwest Punjab, Mansa, Bathinda, Faridkot, Firozpur, Abohar, Fazilka. These are the southwest districts of Punjab. And northwestern districts of Haryana, Fatehabad, Sirsa, Hisar, Jind. These are the districts. There is a जितने तरह के pollutants हो सकते हैं वो सारे पानी में है, इसके ग्राउंड वाटर में है. Why these pollutants are concentrated in these particular along the ridge only? All these pollutants are concentrated along the ridge only because the groundwater is flowing from northeast to southwest. When it comes from the millions of years, the Himalayan orogeny ke baad se, this has started flowing towards southwest of India, and from millions of it is flowing, it is taking the soluble impurity. There are two types of impurities in groundwater. One is geogenic impurity and another is anthropogenic impurity. Anthropogenic impurity is that we, as a human being, we have polluted the groundwater, and the geogenic contamination is that nature has polluted that groundwater. The nature has polluted that groundwater. So, and now why it requires more study, and we'll certainly tie up for the studies. I'm looking forward for some good institutions and so that we can do a study on that. I have a lot of data on that. तो जब पानी फ्लो करके रिच के पास आता है, suddenly the temperature rises. When the temperature rises,
And in semi-arid condition, the area is in semi-arid condition. Because of some reducing environment, the pollutants get precipitated there. हम दूध को फाड़ के पनीर बनाते हैं. I'm giving you just an example. दूध को पतीले में डाल के हम रख देंगे, यहाँ पे टेबल पर रख देंगे, क्या वो फटेगा? पनीर बनेगा उसका? नहीं बनेगा. उसका हमको थोड़ा सा क्या करना पड़ेगा? एक्सोथर्मल एनर्जी हीट देनी पड़ेगी, उसको गर्म करना पड़ेगा, और गर्म करने के साथ उसमें हमको नींबू या फिटकरी डालनी पड़ेगी, रिएजेंट डालने पड़ेंगे. So these type of reagents we get in water when the temperature rise because of the reach. So it is very difficult propagation when the reach has created such a scenario, and because of it that the whole groundwater is polluted with all the heavy metals in that area. Added to that, as he said, that tectonic activities are changing the geomorphology of the area. Everywhere it is we as a geologist, we believe that all that geomorphology of the area is being controlled by the subsurface or surface is controlled by the tectonic activity. But there is another one major tectonic activity has taken place, which, according to my understanding, there was a mighty Saraswati river. And where that Saraswati river has gone. So my understanding says that the present Ghaggar belt, the belt of Ghaggar river, is the original path of the Saraswati river, which goes up to the run of Kutch and meets the Arabian Sea there. But you can say that how that river becomes so mighty. Nowadays there is hardly any trace of water there. Again, his concept of the morphotectonics came into being. That the Ghaggar river, if you since I have not the map with me, I have the map with me, but today I am not having that map. There is a map in which shows that there is a very huge North Indian water divide at Ghaggar river. In Ghaggar, that goes up to Shimla Ridge. When you go to Shimla Ridge, you stand on the ridge, you throw stone on the left side of the ridge, it will go to the Bay of Bengal, and if you throw stone on the right side of the ridge, it will go to the Arabian Sea. So that is the water divide which starts from Shimla Ridge and all along goes up to Kutch. How this? Just a minute, last. Yeah, how this thing happened? The Yamuna, I will explain sometime else. Yamuna and Satluj were the tributary of Satluj, the Saraswati river, and the tectonic activity took place. That tectonic activity has, in fact, whole land mass has been raised like this. Satluj were coming from this side, Yamuna was coming from this side. They both deviated on the other directions. Yamuna deviated towards this direction, Satluj deviated from this direction, and we have a geological evidence for this also. On the right side of the Ghaggar river, we have a sand deposit which is rich in sandstone. On the left side of the Ghaggar river, there is a deposit which is rich in calcareous. Calcareous means calcium rich. Yamuna comes from the calcium rich formations. Satluj came from the sandstone rich formations, and this side of the sand is grey, this side of the sand is golden. So we have a geological explanation for that also. So groundwater, there are so many controlling factors of the groundwater. Morphotectonics is one of them. Since you have changed the topic, I have changed my total direction. My lecture was something else. I have not spoken anything about my lecture. Thank you very much.
Now we'll break for tea, 15 minutes. Now we'll proceed. Then we'll proceed again.
It's 10, 15 minutes or 10 minutes?
So we can reduce it to 10 since we are not on time.
Tea is organized. the second set of presentations. In the first session, we heard Professor Samitra Mukherjee from JNU and also Mr. Tejdeep Singh from CDWB. Both presentations, I must say, were excellent presentations. Several of the things for us were new, absolutely new. I must admit this. But those insights are extremely useful as far as the work that we are doing, because there are two work streams, particularly one WS3 that talks about water risks. With this work, your findings and your findings are directly related, and we will make use of your scholarship that you have produced so far. Our director, Professor P.S.N. Rao, has joined us now. He was busy in a meeting with the ministry, so he couldn't come in the morning. Before we do the second set of presentations, I would like to invite Professor P.S.N. Rao to give his overview of the seminar as well as the project that we are doing. Professor P.S.N. Rao.
Thank you, Professor Ashok Kumar. I've been told that Professor Samitra has to leave urgently, so we need to give him a token of our appreciation. So shall we do this first? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here. I don't want to sound like
पहले से कमिटमेंट है तो जाना पड़ेगा.
एक सेकंड एक फोटोग्राफ निकाल लेंगे.
ये तो मैंडेटरी
हाँ जी.
थैंक यू.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
थैंक यू.
Please see him off. Okay, thank you very much, and sorry for not coming, although I promised that I'll be here in the morning. Only yesterday I was called for another meeting in the Ministry of Education, so I had to rush in the morning. So विश्व जल दिवस के अवसर पर आप सबको हार्दिक स्वागत है और शुभकामनाएं भी है. Wish you all a very happy World Water Day. Water is of course a very important subject in the present day context the world over. We don't have to emphasize that. As far as groundwater is concerned, I think this is a very serious issue. Water itself is a serious issue, and groundwater even more so, because several urban settlements are increasingly losing their permeability in terms of the increase in paved spaces. As cities expand, as people start moving from the rural areas into urban areas, I'm giving an urban planner's perspective. There could be a perspective from a geographer or from a scientist per se that may be slightly different from the perspective that we hold. As people move from rural areas into the urban areas, the need for a variety of built spaces starts increasing, and cities expand, whether in a planned manner or in an unplanned manner. That's a different matter. But the surface area that is getting covered, that is being paved, keeps on increasing. And on account of that, the amount of water, rainwater that percolates, that keeps coming down. So therefore the groundwater table starts falling. To add fuel to the fire, there is also a general shortage of water supply, and therefore we have no other alternative but to again dip into the ground and start extracting that groundwater. So firstly, the percolation is decreasing, and secondly, what we are pulling out from the Mother Earth is also increasing because for a variety of reasons we don't have a piped water connection, maybe because it's an unauthorized colony or whatever be the reason, or there isn't adequate piped water supply, although we do have the connections. So for these and many other reasons, we start digging into the ground and then start extracting more and more water. So for these reasons, the groundwater table starts falling. And what happens when the groundwater table starts falling? Particularly, there are many colonies in many cities where large parcels of land, large populations are solely dependent only on groundwater. I can give you the example of Meerut, which is a town nearby, which is a metropolitan city, more than 10 lakhs population. For a very, very long time, several of their large planned colonies, planned by the Meerut Development Authority, have their only source of drinking water as the underground water, where there is pumping that's happening on a daily basis. And we are only dependent upon the groundwater table. So in that kind of a situation, what would be the end result is very obvious. Even further, to make matters worse, in the summer months, when the demand-supply gap widens, even on the peripheral areas, because the groundwater availability is so less in the city, that we start purchasing water. And where do we purchase this water from? From the peripheral areas. So on the periphery of the city, where you have agricultural lands, you have these deep tube wells where the farmers are using water for irrigation. So that water is again pumped out. It is bought in tankers and it is again sold within the city. So one problem is compounding to the other. Now, further implications of all this are that, as we have seen in the case of Chennai, the safe-bearing capacity of the soil starts changing. And this has been observed, recorded, that in Chennai, a large number of buildings have developed cracks in their foundations on account of decreasing water table, decreasing groundwater table. So this is one implication as architects, engineers, planners that we have to look at, is that it's not only that water is not available, so what do you do? But for all those things that you do, the net result is that your building starts developing cracks in the foundation. That is one thing. The second is that it is not only water, but there are so many other things under the ground. And when the groundwater table falls, and there are scientists who are sitting here, I can see, who will probably bear me out, the concentration of the chemicals in the groundwater starts increasing because the levels of dilution start changing. So that will also further add fuel to the fire, which this water cannot put out, incidentally. And then there are specific issues of specific pollutants in specific locations. It could be arsenic, or it could be like in the Nalgonda district of Andhra Pradesh, which is very famous for fluorides. And because of the increasing concentrations of these, there are diseases like fluorosis and so on and so forth, where the negative effects are well known and well documented. So groundwater is a very serious issue, and with time, I think the problems will only increase because we are unable to control the growth of the cities, and cities' population is growing, and more water is required. So as water demand increases, then where do you get the water from? So we are saying that, okay, let's go all the way to Terry, and we are bringing water from very, very long distances. And that is also creating a problem because water is also becoming very expensive to be transported from very long distances and then treated and then distributed. So therefore, how do we tackle these solutions, these problems? The solution, of course, is that we limit our use of water. We reuse the water that is already used as many times as possible, and also reduce the wastage, reduce the leakage, reduce all those kinds of things. Even when water is transported through long distances, in many places it is transported through channels which are not lined. It is not always transported through pipes. There are a large number of cities in our country where there are unlined canals which are transporting water. And even if they are lined canals, there is a lot of losses because of evaporation. There is a method by which you can stop the evaporation of water in a, for instance, in water resources engineering, there is something called a summer storage tank. I did an evaluation of water supply projects in many states for the Ministry of Urban Development and Rural Development. And in these studies, we looked at many summer storage tanks in many cities. And we found that there's almost 50% of water in the summer storage tanks, which actually goes as evaporation loss. So how do you prevent that? Then again, there are certain methods by which you can spray certain chemicals and so on, which form a layer on top and then you reduce. But then because of that, there could be again some pollution problems. So there are solutions, engineering solutions, which are very expensive. And for a country like India, we may not be able to afford these solutions. So therefore, there is a, as far as researchers are concerned, all of us in our relevant disciplines, there's a huge risk out there, and that risk obviously can be mapped, can be quantified, and we can suggest some solutions, provided we have the funds to make up for these. And then, of course, there's also the mixing of the land uses. You have industrial wastes, and those industrial waste, particularly water, when that percolates, that again gets contaminated with the groundwater. There is saltwater intrusion from nearby, particularly in the coastal areas, where the seawater gets included into the underground water. So there are all these issues which are also there, which need to be addressed in our research work. So it's very nice that we are talking about this on this International Groundwater Day, and I can see that there are several eminent speakers who are making presentations. So we would like to listen to all of them and update and upgrade our knowledge base that we have. And to whatever extent possible, we have this UKRI supported, promoted water security hub that we have created. It's a 5-year research project, as Professor Ashok Kumar would have already told you. This is a 5-year, 5-country research project on water security. And in this context, we have opened a Center for Water Studies at our institute. And we have several researchers who are working on this. We also have scholars who are working on PhD programs on various aspects related to water and sanitation. So I'm sure that all these deliberations would help infiltrate into our work and strengthen our knowledge base. So this is for the common good. Thank you for having me here and giving me this opportunity to share my views on the subject. Over to Ashok Kumar.
Thank you, Professor Rao. We heard scientists' view in the morning, and then we heard Professor Rao's view on as a city planner. Now again, we will hear mix of views. I would suggest we have 2 distinguished professors lined up for presentations. Professor Shashank Shekhar, he is from Delhi University. He will be making a presentation. Then we have our own Professor Manakshi Dhote. She heads the Department of Environment Planning. She will be also speaking. And to end the session, then our researchers would give some concluding insights. But first, I would like to invite Professor Shekhar. And I hear you already have deep association with the school, particularly with landscape architecture.
Yeah, I've been taking classes as visiting faculty for some time. Thank you first for inviting me here. I didn't know SPA is so deeply involved in water sector. I thought they are hardcore planners. And I am just taking one course in general geology, where I always try to motivate the students that, look, you have to also work in tune with the nature. With all my regards to distinguished faculties here, Professor Rao and his team, Professor Meenakshi Dhote is here. I think once or twice we were there with Suresh programs. Then I couldn't recognize you because you were masked then. Yeah. So let's start quickly. What the topic they have assigned me looks to be the key topic of this interinstitutional collaboration, where perhaps a brainstorming is desired for fruitful output from such studies. So, role of groundwater in Delhi's water security. Can we go to the next?
You can use it.
Oh, from here itself. Thank you.
Downward.
Downwards. Water security. First, before I read this Grace and Sadov's paper, it has some 1100 citations from 2007 till now. So it's one paper which has been cited widely. But I will request the PI and his team to kindly redefine it. Because what I see the variables, they are not in tune to the data we have. And most of the data which we have for India is in terms of water requirement or groundwater, in terms of groundwater requirement for irrigation, domestic and industrial. Now, how we fit in these variables, whether they will come in health, they will come in livelihood, and nobody talks about water requirement for the ecosystem and whether it has been quantified. So I will read the definition first. That is for total water security. Water security has been defined as the availability of an acceptable quantity and quality. So it has both variables, quantity and quality for health. Now, this health includes domestic water needs, or does it include the only water which is required for us to be alive? That sort of improvisation of the definition is needed in context of the native country where this is being attempted. Livelihoods, ecosystem. Who quantifies this? I don't know. Is there any data available on the water needs for the ecosystem? And production, but with a rider, that it has to be coupled with an acceptable level of water, restricting to its uses so that it causes minimal risks to people, environment, and economies. Now, this is quite complex, which Gray and Sadov puts up, and maybe it's in context of their own country, but we can always improve upon it. Now, when I talk of role of groundwater in Delhi's water security, I just change a few lines and I try to fit this definition in context of groundwater. So acceptable quantity and quality of groundwater contribution in water needs of Delhi for health, livelihood, ecosystems, and production coupled with all those riders. Now, where is the data? All the data we have digged in, we have a seasoned scientist from Central Groundwater Board here. All the estimates are in terms of domestic, irrigation, and industrial water requirements. So maybe I will give you the figures, how much groundwater is contributing to water security of Delhi in terms of domestic sector, irrigation requirements, and industrial sector. What about ecosystems? That is a gray area where we have to either evolve a methodology or maybe a proxy has to be designed. And that proxy can give an estimate. That insight I couldn't find in any literature because it's a new topic assigned to me. I had to work for 4 days to prepare my talk. But then every invited talk is a learning experience, like my class. Each class, when I go, I learn and come out. So this was a learning experience. Now, so with these things, now the most important variable coming down to Delhi, the topic assigned to me, is population and urbanization. And this is one of our papers we had published in an Elsevier book where we saw 2021 data was not processed by us because we published this in 2016. And it was too short time for me to process, integrate 2021. I am not sure if it's in public domain, but still the growths are exponential and urbanization is exponential. I'll just hang on, because if you look at the country's data, the use of water is a maximum in irrigation sector. And then just once I was wondering, so the common sense says that if I urbanize, then the use should become less. But where has that logic gone? It's in the density of the population. High density in a very small area, where the per capita requirements, if you calculate at 76 LPCD or 60 LPCD, whatsoever are the figures, the requirement is very high. And the groundwater system of either Delhi or Lucknow or the cities where I have worked is not capable of meeting the local high density multi-storied apartments water requirement. They have to be prioritized for surface water supply in comparison to widely spread urban sprawl where 2-3 story houses are there. That was one suggestion we had given for Lucknow city. We had a project on that. Now, water demand and supply scenario. Delhi Jal Board has projected water demand for year 2017 as 1140 million gallons per day. For 2022, it will increase by 30 to 40 mgd more at the rates at which it was calculated and with the projected population growth. So it becomes 1170 mgd. Today, this is the latest figure which I have picked up from their side. Is this ledger working? Yeah. No.
Yes, sir.
Oh, no. I messed with the whole thing. Okay, thank you. Anyway, the next is the current figure. Total production by DJP is 900 mgd. And then I just read while making this presentation the CGWB 2021 report.
It is 1000 mgd.
But the website has given 900 mgd.
This is total. This is surface, and 100 is groundwater.
If we look at the table, it says 80 mgd is from tube wells and rainy wells.
100 is from tube wells.
Yeah, and the rest is from 40 mgd is recycled water. And yeah, I have been working in Delhi for last 20 years. I remember your figures by rote. And the rest is from the river waters. So that is your website, DJP website, which says that. Now, Delhi Jal Board was party to CGWB 2021 report, because that's a dynamic resource report which is vetted by Chief Secretary and that is vetted through CEO Delhi Jal Board. And it has agreed that there is a 20% line loss in Delhi's water supply. So I take these figures as the concurrency of the principal organization. And when we put this, what reaches against demand of 1170 mgd is 720 million gallons per day. And that report is here, and that report annexure has signature of all the concerned from Water Department of Delhi. So, down, yeah, I'm doing down. Thank you. So, water available to the end user in Delhi is 61% of the total demand, and 31%, 450 mgd, is the deficit in demand, for which Delhi Jal Board is quite professional. I don't know if you are from Delhi Jal Board. No, I have been working in many projects. It's a professional, one of the best organizations in country, but it's not to blame them. Population is growing, so this demand, because of the population, there is a continuous deficit. So you have 39% of the water demand is not met. Now, this is the table from DJP side. Uh, uh, this is directly picked up day before yesterday from the Delhi Jal Board website, and I have made these pie charts and other things from them and the estimates. So as per this, last row says rainy well and tube wells 80 mgd, and that is groundwater. So that comes 9% out of 900 is groundwater contribution in DJB production. This does not include individual household tube wells. This is institutional supply production data. So that is how it is. And then 87%, 787 mgd is river water contribution, out of which Ganga, Yamuna, and this Bhakhra storage is basically Satluj. Satluj, and at Munak they get water from both Satluj and Yamuna, and so they write it Satluj and Yamuna, Bhakhra and Yamuna. So this is Satluj and Yamuna. Yeah. And so it is roughly, you can say 32, 31, 33. So your river is Yamuna. You are using only around 33% of your river's water. 60 to 70% of Delhi's water need is imported from neighboring basins. Because we have high population density, the system, there's not so much of water, which we can. And I was really glad to know that 4% is recycled water contribution, which is being which was not there earlier, but now it is there, and it is here that this hope in water security of Delhi lies. And so, okay, okay, thank you. So now, if we how did individual groundwater extraction for domestic uses. Now, this is from this CGWB data. CGWB does an estimate in these reports, dynamic groundwater resources. This is done at regular intervals. What is the domestic use of groundwater? And there it says 110 mgd. I have converted hectare meter into mgd, and I have taken imperial gallons. I hope that's right. For Delhi Jal Boards. So the individual domestic tube wells, they extract 110 mgd. So what is total groundwater abstraction? 110 plus 80, 190 million gallons per day. That's a very small contribution to water security of Delhi. Only 21% of the total, that is 21% of the total water production by Delhi Jal Board, and 16% of the water demand of 2022. That is only 16% of the water demand. Now, approximately 24% of the deficit in domestic water need of Delhi is met through individual tube wells. So 1/4 of the deficit is what individuals are withdrawing from their tube wells. Others are living with their own means. One thing which has not been factored in this is tanker water supply, because there was no data available. And that would add. But the question with tanker is that many a times tanker also come from UP and other parts. So a proper data on this will be good thing. Second, this is for 190 mgd is for domestic needs. We have still two sectors, that is agriculture and industrial. So if you look at the CGWB 2021 data, for irrigation, I have just averaged it for whole year. Its requirement is per annum 15,801 million gallons. So I have just divided it by 365 so that we can make a comparison. But the extraction is not in that way. In some seasons it is more, in some seasons it is less. But anyway, it comes to around 45 million gallons per day. But industrial water requirement can be put to MGD because it's a consistent demand round the year. So that is 22 million gallons per day. But where I could fish out a data which says this is the requirement. So how much this adds to water security, we are not sure. Perhaps the team can work it out with some survey. I'm very skeptical. Irrigation, I know Delhi is very limited, but I'm very skeptical of the industrial figures. I think because When I was working, once I did this assessment myself as a Central Groundwater Board scientist in 2003 or 4. Then industries are not coming out with the data very, they're not very willing to come out with the data. So maybe this data can be corrected again. But with this, for assessing the role of groundwater in Delhi's water security, what are the further actions required, which I said in the beginning? Appropriation of the present groundwater extraction to acceptable quantity and quality of water for health. Means how do I fit in? I have the data for irrigation, domestic and industrial. And the parameters of water security are health, livelihood, ecosystem, and production. So that reappropriation has to be worked out. I think that's the project, they can do it. Or groups with permutation and combination of the above variables. Now, well, look at the Delhi's groundwater. Why Delhi is not able to meet its own requirement? Delhi's groundwater system has a serious limitation. Why? Because it is pericratonic. Right here, you have Delhi Ridge, which is part of a craton. And just by that side, you have the alluvium. So there are plenty of water quality issues in Delhi. But this is all this data is from Central Groundwater Board. This is a geomorphological map, and the other is hydrogeological map. See, the geomorphological map is a very complex set of so many symbols. But as a hydrogeologist, I need my business, which can give me water, which cannot give me water. So we have simplified that into 3 subsets. That is older alluvium. Which one is the pointer here? This one? No.
Top one.
No, top one doesn't work. So anyway. ये वाली, yes. ठीक. See, so out of this business of, I take help of this and reclassify. These are mostly older alluvium here, in continuation of the Haryana, and these are younger alluvium. This is Chhatarpur Basin, and these are hard rocks. They are the main units as far as water business is concerned. Yeah, if you look at water levels, the southern part of Delhi, water levels have been declining at a very alarming rate, and it's more than 40 meters, 20 to 40 meters here. Northwest Delhi, this is a new reorganization of Delhi. Northwest Delhi has shallow water levels here, and then you have this area which has relatively moderate water levels. Groundwater flow. I have some time, Chairman, sir? 5, 6 minutes? Yeah, if you permit. Yeah. Now, if you look at this map, why I insist on this map? Because this map had once saved us from an arbitration in Upper Yamuna Board. Way back when Engineer Garg was your member at DJB, Garg Sahab jab the, where we had made these Palla tube wells. I was a hydrogeologist who made some 60 tube wells here in Palla well field. Then I was with CGWP. And then Haryana came with this is Wajirabad barrage. Here, 205 or 7 has to be maintained. Just correct me, I think 205. 205 ka level रहना चाहिए, and Haryana is supposed to keep releasing water so that it remains here. We made some 80 tube wells here and started pumping water. Then a matter was raised in Upper Yamuna Board that Delhi is stealing the Yamuna water in between before it goes to Wajirabad barrage. And there was a fierce set of officers, and I was a young officer then only scientist B. And then my chairman called me and said, look, you have made these tube wells, now you go and defend. So I went with my chairman, and then he said, you have to come with me, I don't know this system. And then Engineer Garg was from Haryana. He was Chief Engineer Haryana. And we were against him. We were arguing against him. And he was such a vocal engineer that you cannot stand in front of him. he started arguing from Haryana side. And then I showed this map and said, Garg Sahab, my chairman was from Bhopal, so he had not idea of this. And I said, Garg Sahab, these all groundwater flow lines are going to this floodplain. What Delhi is extracting is its own accumulated groundwater, not the reverse water. And he was not prepared for this. He was not prepared for this explanation. And the meeting, and then Secretary Water Resources said, okay, Engineer Garg, we will commission a study and find this out. And he had no answer for this. Then later on, when he became a member, then he called me and said, okay, let's work. That was a different thing. But this is how this floodplain gets its water. There is a continuous flow from the right bank of Delhi and inundation during the flood times in it here. And quickly, if I came to know that a school of planning and architecture is involved in restoration of many stretches of this floodplain. And at least 5 or 8 phone calls I received from Yamuna Ji Abhiyan and the media. What is your take on this? And the first take was that if you leave this land, this is my official statement which I have given to media and all the activists, that if you leave this land vacant, every other day there will be a proposal for concretization. So let's use it. Then they say how you use it. The question is, you use it in such a way that there is least changes in the existing system, water flow lines are not altered, and whatever is the hydrology of the system, it is intact. And that was a selling point. All the activists agreed. Okay, we will not we will not raise this issue. Yeah, there was a huge meeting on this front. And then we said, every time we are opposing this, and then if you oppose this, then this land is vacant. When this land is vacant, next year DDA comes, does a survey and says, okay, we can bring one multi-storied housing. So a park is better than that. A walkway is better than a multi-storied housing. Any urban forest is better than that. And this was convincing. And they all said that, okay, then we must keep a watchful eye that these people are not altering the nature of the system. I don't know whether they have kept it.
We have already exceeded.
Okay, 2 minutes. And then I think this is a limitation of the system.
What we are going to do is we will invite you over here.
Yeah.
For a specific purpose.
Okay.
Because we think your data is very useful.
Okay. I'll just go to my conclusion slide.
Yeah, please.
So this is EC, and then this is quality issue here. This is fluoride and nitrate, and this is depth to fresh line interface. Your deeper water level are here because this is all fresh water, and this we can discuss later on. High density, how the water supply is staggered. And this is Palawel field, one of the projects where we are supplying 30 million gallons of water per day. This is close to my heart because I have made these 2 wells. In 20 years, we have supplied water worth 15,000 crores at the commercial tariff of the TJB. So the take is that you can add 170 MGD further to water security of Delhi by judicious utilization of the floodplain, that is groundwater's additional input to water security of Delhi. I think that finishes. And the hope is in wastewater, that is 607 MGD of wastewater. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Certainly, we are going to call you back to hear more comprehensively. For the moment, since we are running short of time, I would like to invite Professor Dawson, who also has a presentation. So, Professor Meenakshi.
Thank you.
Yeah. There's mutual learning. When I take your class, I learn from your class.
I would thank the Water Security House, Sir Shiv-Kumar, for inviting me to share my views. this important topic, that is groundwater making the invisible visible. I will be putting forward my I'd say learnings from a project that we did for Namami Gange, which is a toolkit for wetland conservation. And I mean, we have scientists from the Groundwater Board as well as Mr. Sheikh who has put forth the statistics. I would like to start by saying what you cannot measure, you cannot manage. And if we cannot understand the measurements of groundwater, while you were explaining, it was very important. And as planners, because we are not scientists, but as planners, we are going to change the use of land, which runs into square kilometers. And that will have a very major bearing on ground. And this particular project, I mean, we had developed this toolkit by taking up the case study of Bhagalpur city in Bihar and to test the toolkit. So I will not take too much time because it's already, we have overshot the time. I will very briefly put forward the things without stopping too much on the. Please continue. Thanks. PDF actually. PDF. Now, just to put the concept, when we talk about wetlands, there could be wetlands, the inland wetlands, and here, particularly in the city of Bhagalpur, these were floodplain wetlands, very close to the main stem of the Ganga River. Now, and the topic of the day, making the invisible visible. Perhaps the invisible is very important to sustain the city and the region. Now, while the Ganga River, when we are talking in Bhagalpur, that's the portion of the river Ganga where the discharge is huge. The spread of the river in the state of Bihar is quite a bit. You could see it ages back, and now it's only there that we can see such a vast expanse of the river, the state. Now, one would imagine that the city would be having water all throughout because it's just next to the river. But what happens? It faces scarcity. And it is the district and all are identified by the Ayog study as an area of stress. So while we were working with the Namami Gange, and therefore they asked us to look into how can the city planners look into rejuvenation of wetlands and what should be the parameters. Now, if we notice, these wetlands have a connection with the river's flow, right? So what if we are, first of all, do we understand this connection? Coupled with it, the groundwater that is being extracted, the city being on the banks of the river, having a lot of wetlands, and on top of that, it is pumping water out. And what is happening is, instead of the river being a gaining river, it is a losing river. Instead of the water being recharged from these wetlands and joining the river, the groundwater extraction is taking away. I think there is an IIT Kharagpur study on the measurements of how much of the base flow is getting affected. Yeah. So those technical details are the domain of those people, but I would go from the plan. So we said that identifying of the watersheds was one, identifying the system of connect with the groundwater. Next, please, was also one major aspect in the study. Next, please. So the methodology had 8 steps. 6 steps were the study steps, and the last 2 steps were the action. Now here, city level mapping the city level information, mapping the urban wetlands, and here also these wetlands were very complex. There were some which are the naturally occurring and some which were man-made. In South Bihar, they have a very way that is called Ahara Pen. They catch the water, and from that they circulate water into the fields. So some of them were the Ahara pen, which was still there. Next, and then third parameter was identifying the ecosystem services. Now there is a practice there of rearing fish. Now if I remember right, there is one talab called Janwa Talab. There they have a practice which is community based for rearing fish. And there, when we were doing the survey, we found that they have a system of also cleaning the water body. They put lime and all that, and the community is involved. And the fish they get out, they give it on contract for any water. So those water bodies which are of use and which are source of livelihood are well maintained. And also you can see it, you will protect it, you have those services given. However, there were other water bodies which were recharging the god, which have a role. And there were about 40 odd water bodies in the town. On record, there were 5 or 6. We had an interaction with the councillors there, ward councillors, and they were quite strong and very forceful about what all we should take forward, and they were quite aware of the water bodies. Then the fourth, which falls in what is today's topic, is the groundwater assessment. We collaborated with the scientists of the Central Groundwater Board, and as per their document, which was the Groundwater Resource Estimation Committee report, that time I think the latest that was available, this was done in 2018, we had the 2015. And they gave us a checklist of what all quantification we have to do to manage. I won't go into the detail, but putting it very plainly is how much is getting recharged based on the soil and other characteristics, and how much is being taken out as the. And we should understand how it affects the water. You cannot create a water body and leave it to sustain itself, especially if there is a connect with the groundwater. We must understand the role of groundwater for having this beautification, or we say we beautify so many water bodies. But do you think, I mean, today I will go away making a report and a study, but it has to be there for times to come. So unless it is a comprehensive and wholesome study, we won't be able to. So then land suitability, whether we have that much land for the recharge to happen. In other words, apart from the draft and other things, the recharge potential, all that, the catchment runoff, recharge, all that has to be factored in to identify those water bodies which can be prioritized for conservation. So then land suitability. If we say these areas have to be protected, but are they available? We don't have a green slate or an open green field all the time. We are always working in our ground. Then impact of urban, there is a master plan which is in the horizon. Is it taking away the recharge areas? So that correlation and sensitizing people on that. And then finally the action plan. How do you give the tasks to the municipality, town planning, so that these aspects are put into the master. Next, please. So we had a series of overlays which are looking into the various land use and socio-economic characteristics of the town, looking into the infrastructure, drainage, sewerage, natural resources, hydrogeology, groundwater, this is where. And then finally we arrive at not only identifying the water bodies, out of the 40, if you notice, there were 3, 4 which were sort of connected. Some point of time they may have been a proper stream also, because there has been a history of that part also getting flooded. And so we tried to arrive at those water bodies which had not only the potential for being recharged, for being protected, they also had that hydrological thing which could be taken forward. So we referred to see the watershed delineation of identified basin from the larger catchment. We started from the macro catchment and then came down from the soil and land use surveys, SLUCI studies, to the macro watersheds. And then did, with the groundwater estimation, we arrived at these things. So these are the steps. If you see the maps, that were the total number of water bodies, and it was only the central portion which showed the 3-4 which were in a line. They were slightly outside the municipal area, but in the notified planning area, which could be because the urban development was going to come towards the southwest. So there was a chance of these water bodies to be taken up in the future development because already a highway from the south of the city towards Sultanganj was being planned. So वो जो दो area है municipal boundary और highway के बीच में, that is here already a lot of planning must have started even if it has not come. So it was very, and some of the water bodies are falling in that area. Next. And of course, these are the various, we have to it's not, this can also be done in a structured manner. A particular set of water bodies are for livelihood enhancement. Some are mainly for hydrological. That difference has to be understood. And that has to be factored into the planning process if we want to plan and protect our water resources. Next. So as I was talking, the groundwater availability, and we feel that this is something where we have to be in. The scientists have to be with us, and we must understand the measurements because if we do not know how to measure, so that input also has to be brought in. Next. Stage of groundwater development. Normally we refer only to the district level, but it is only with the help of the groundwater scientists we can understand for the local area how we have to calculate and arrive. Next. Then, which are the areas which will help us to facilitate groundwater recharge? They have to be identified, and those will be the open areas, as you said in your presentation. So we should do that estimate for the notified planning area, and then identify those areas as these are. Normally, these are ignored, and we do not have it as an overlay when we do master plan. Next. That's all. So I do not want to, because there is, if I go into the details, it will be a very long presentation. We have submitted 2 documents to the Namami Gange, which volume 1 and volume 2. It is
Copies in the library.
Copies in the library, and I mean, since it was released last year, I can share it also.
You have also published paper out of this?
Where is the time when you do it? Everything hangs.
I have a couple of points relevant to
just 1 minute. We have
a question answer session.
We have time when you can ask questions also. Thank you, Professor. Thank you to both professors for making very insightful points. And we will continue these discussions, Meenakshi, Sashwatji. We will continue these discussions. I assure you this. Our project still has to run for another 2 years. So we will have enough opportunity to invite all of you again. For the moment, I would like to request the organizer and our researcher, Dinesh, please, you quickly wind up in about 1 minute.
I'll stand for that. So, first of all, I would like to thank all of you for taking out time for being with us today. It was we were elated to see such a diverse set of expertise with us here today. And as they say, secret of getting ahead is getting started. So, in case of groundwater, this was a really good experience for us. We came to know about different perspectives, especially about the effect of tectonic activities, the seismic activities on the groundwater quality and the groundwater levels, which was completely new for all of us, I believe. So, and as we know that the UN SDG 6 goal is achieving water and sanitation for all by 2030, and groundwater is a very important part of that. But a lot of work has not been done in that field. Even in globally, it is not taken into account in a way it should have been. So I'm glad that we have at least started a discussion about it. and we will go forth about it at our institution level, at our project level, and hopefully at the global level. And the seminar today will lead to a substantial output and a substantial discussion for future use. And that's it. Now we'll break for lunch, and in the second half we'll gather again for the panel discussion.
30 minutes.
30 minutes for lunch.
We'll come back by 2.
We'll come back by 2.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Thanks for all your
मैडम इसको पब्लिक
Um, Now we have a program of panel discussion specifically focused on place of groundwater in water security. And some of us would like to focus on Delhi. Others can give their own illustrations and insights. But before we do that, I want to open the house for questions, queries that you might have on the basis of presentation in the morning session. Ms. Jane had a question or a query. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we have had presentations. I mean, I'm sorry I wasn't able to attend the morning presentations. I was there for the last two, in lunch. But my questions actually are coming from the citizens, or let's say from the people of Delhi as the stakeholders. I represent also Urja as one of their advisors, and I'm also General Secretary of my own business welfare association. So these questions are primarily, coming from an end user perspective. That we have, we're not talking about groundwater, but two issues which really affect residents. One is water harvesting, which is mandatory water harvesting, which they're all struggling with. And we have been talking to Delhi Jal Board, asking, kindly identify areas which are suitable for groundwater, rainwater harvesting, and areas which are not. So I come from a ward where the groundwater level is extremely high. And we've been pursuing Delhi Jal Board to come and get testing done so that they can actually assess what is the groundwater level and exclude certain areas of Delhi from rainwater harvesting. So water seepage in basements is a major problem, and every construction, the minute they hit 15 feet of excavation, there is water coming out. And there is a continuous 24/7 pumping of this groundwater into the sewer lines for almost a month. That's for every project or every site which is under construction. So it is, on one hand, we are talking of conserving water, we want groundwater recharge, and on the other hand, we are just discarding groundwater, almost for a month, 24/7. There are 4 or 5 pipes of, water which is let into the sewer line, and it's constantly pumped out. So if something can be, looked into from that perspective at a city level, if you look at or identify areas where, you have higher groundwater, and how to utilize that groundwater, which definitely needs to get pumped out if people are going to make basements, or, make some kind of changes and say that some areas are not suitable for, basements, and avoid making basements in those places, or avoid making, insisting on rainwater harvesting for these areas. That was 101S New Transforming. And the second issue also was, there is a lack of equipment from the Delhi Jal Board to come and test. So it's been a tussle for almost a year. We're following them up. So they said, give us 5 bore wells and we can do the testing. And no resident is willing to give or volunteer their bore well for testing.
Because their bore well itself is unauthorized.
क्या है कि जब से ये मैं I am Gulam Siddharth, retired executive engineer from Delhi Jal Board. तो जो जब से ये मेट्रो का कंस्ट्रक्शन आपका हुआ है दिल्ली में, तो पानी का जो एक्विफर है वो चेंज हुए हैं. वैसे तो ये जमुना बेल्ट में आता है, ये न्यू फ्रेंड्स कॉलोनी, लेकिन जैसे अभी एक प्रेजेंटेशन में शेखर साहब ने दिखाया था कि दिल्ली का जो तकरीबन वाटर टेबल का वो जो कंटूर्स थे वो 200 ऐसे था. तो इसके बाद यहाँ पर अभी कालका जी में 5 साल पहले या 10 साल पहले 400-500 फुट पर पानी जो था अवेलेबल था. नाउअडेज क्या है कि कालका जी थोड़ा सा न्यू फ्रेंड्स कॉलोनी से ऊपर है. न्यू फ्रेंड्स कॉलोनी में पानी जो है 15 फीट पर पानी अवेलेबल है. न्यू फ्रेंड्स कॉलोनी क्या, बल्कि आप ही समझिए दरियागंज से लेके दरियागंज ITO है ये जहाँ हम बैठे हैं, उसके बाद ये आगे चलकर ही निजामुद्दीन ईस्ट, उसके बाद सिद्धार्थ एक्सटेंशन, आश्रम और इस तरीके न्यू फ्रेंड्स कॉलोनी, ओगला फेज 3 और सुखदेव विहार। सुखदेव विहार में आप समझ लीजिए कि तो ये लाइन जो है अभी देख रहे हैं कि जमुना के साथ साथ भी चल रही है, और इधर ये जो दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय टू वो हुडा सिटी सेंटर वाली ये लाइन जो अंडरग्राउंड गई है, तो इधर एक एक्वेफर आई थिंक बना है। अब इसमें हमने सेंट्रल ग्राउंड वाटर बोर्ड को बहुत मतलब उस पर रिक्वेस्ट करी कि अभी जैसे सुखदेव विहार में जुलैना पर एक पार्किंग बनी है -3 बेसमेंट की, वो पानी से भरी हुई है। तो पानी तो इसका मतलब ये है कि वो एक एक्वेफर तो बन गया है, मतलब जैसे सर बता रहे थे कि पल्ला में ट्यूबवेल जो उस जमाने में लगे थे, अब आज तो यहाँ पर ये पानी है। सिद्धार्थ एक्सटेंशन में तो हमने बोरवेल लगाकर उसको स्टोरेज टैंक में पानी ले रहे हैं और उसको वाटर सप्लाई में उसको क्लोरिनेशन के बाद भेज रहे हैं उसको। तो ये वो है एक्चुअली क्या है, मॉनिटरिंग जो है वो सारी पानी की लेवल्स की वो है, सेंट्रल ग्राउंड वाटर बोर्ड उसका एक अपना उनका पूरा लगे हुए हैं पॉइंट, वो पॉइंट अपडेट होने चाहिए, इंक्रीज होने चाहिए, और मतलब लेटेस्ट
नहीं वो हमारे पॉइंट सारे अपडेटेड है। मैं तेजदीप सिंह फ्रॉम सेंट्रल ग्राउंड वाटर बोर्ड ओनली। ये जो आप अर्बन हाइड्रोजियोलॉजी में आप प्रॉब्लम का एक एस्पेक्ट को डील कर रहे हो, सिंस यू आर फेसिंग दैट प्रॉब्लम, water lacking,
So as I said, this
water
was
level,
coming from the end user perspective.
and user perspective, and I am giving you the scientific perspective. He is partially correct कि मेट्रो के बनने से हुआ क्या है कि हमने फ्लो डायरेक्शन को ब्लॉक कर दिया, ऑब्स्ट्रक्टिंग द फ्लो डायरेक्शन। जैसे कि हमने अपने अगर हमारे पहले 2 लेक्चर सुने होते तो हम मॉर्फोटेक्टोनिक्स की बात कर रहे थे, उसमें हम हाउ द टेक्टोनिक एक्टिविटी कंट्रोल्स द ग्राउंड वाटर फ्लो एंड द सरफेस वाटर फ्लो बोथ। This is a partial obstruction created by metro, which could have been rectified at the time of inception. ठीक है, उसके डेवलपमेंट्स होती हैं, वर्ल्ड में सब जगह डेवलपमेंट्स होती हैं। एक एब्सोल्यूट साइंस को अगर आपने प्रॉपर्ली उसमें इंक्लूड किया होता तो दिस प्रॉब्लम कुड हैव बीन मिनिमाइज्ड टू सर्टेन एक्सटेंट। नाउ dewatering is the only solution. Dewatering is the only solution. Normally, it is when you go to our site, it is written. I'm not commenting on anybody. Please don't take it otherwise. It is clearly written when the water level is below 10 meter, then only rainwater harvesting and artificial recharge to groundwater should be done. 3 to 5 meter water level is there, that area is known as prone to waterlogged area, and the waterlogging creates more problem than the problem with the depletion of groundwater. So now situation we are facing every day. You are raising this question here, and since I am posted in Delhi, mostly I worked in Punjab, but now I am posted in Delhi, and moreover I was in ministry for last 2 years. I was in National Water Mission looking after the Jal Shakti Abhiyan Part 2, the technical aspect of the Jal Shakti Abhiyan Part 2. I came back to my parent department since I am retiring next month. So every day somebody is coming from these sectors, these areas, raising the problem of waterlogging in the basements. Dewatering of that waterlogged area is the only solution now, with the rider how to gainfully utilize that dewatered water for a gainful purpose. And rainwater harvesting in those areas should immediately be stopped.
But there is no clarity on that.
नहीं,
See,
this clarity, see, शायद आपकी नॉलेज में नहीं है। ये जो है ना, ये एरिया एग्जाम्प्ट कर दिया इस एरिया को, एनएफसी को, और इस एरिया को फ्रेंड्स का ईस्ट और वेस्ट, और ये जो है ना,
No, but दिल्ली जल बोर्ड ऑफिस
मैं इसमें एक मैं सजेशन देना चाहूंगा। ये दिल्ली के अंदर जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल एडवाइजरी कमेटी है,
हाँ, उसमें हम जाते हैं अटेंड करने।
ग्राउंड वाटर इज आल्सो
we are the expert member there.
They are also expert member. So there should be clear cut directions.
There is clear cut direction, and there are 11 districts in Delhi, and all the 11 districts meetings, district advisory committee meeting is being attended by our officers. Of course, Now I'm not going. The other younger officers are going, and in those meetings, all type of clearances based on the technical aspect of that particular district. DC is solely dependent upon the officer of the Central Groundwater Board to give permission for the construction of tube well, rainwater harvesting, whatever activity is being taken place in that particular district.
That is there, but I am giving the suggestion okay, in these districts where the problem of high water level is
See,
there.
the whole district is not having the problem. The problem is confined to the area from where this blockage has been created.
So this should be, the area should be notified.
Yeah,
Such
that
areas should be
area should be,
notified clearly.
Identified.
ताकि मैडम जो बता रहे हैं
That
तो
area
उनकी
should be
problem solve हो जाए.
identified, and there only the
tubes can be installed to withdraw water.
Well, there should be formal recommendation only.
Yeah, there should be formal
They
recommendation.
should be clear cut given the.
I'll just like to add to what they have spoken. There are two primary concerns you have. First, you don't want mandatory RWH because that's not required. And second, you want that there should be no regulation for groundwater withdrawal from individual houses.
So I'm just asking, you know that everybody is
No, that's fine, but everybody makes aware. If so, first of all, there is already a rule that if your water level is below 10 meters, then only RWH is mandatory. That concern notification you can refer to. But who will identify the zone where depth to water level is?
Yes.
That work you can request CGW. They will demarcate a zone where depth to water level is less than 10 meters. And then as a civic society, you can always present that this is zone which less than 10 meter as certified by CGWB. This is my notification which says RWH is not mandatory. So it is not. Next call has to be taken by state groundwater authority. If we remember, पुराने जो लोग होंगे उनको याद होगा साउथ डिस्ट्रिक्ट को CGWA ने नोटिफाई किया.
अब तो सबके सब डिस्ट्रिक्ट.
मैं एक बात थोड़ा करते आगे. पहले नोटिफाई किया पूरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट को. Any legislation is dynamic in nature. Then there was a second notification which exempted Alipur village, Jaitpur, Madanpur, Khadar. जो लोग साउथ से हैं, I think they are aware. There was a set of villages beyond the floodplain where there was a separate notification that there is no ban on drilling in this. You have to push for a similar thing from the state groundwater.
De-notifying those particular areas based on the map prepared by the Central Groundwater Board.
हाँ, जहाँ rising water level का होगा वो तभी हुआ था जब वहाँ की जनता आई थी. Then CGWA was looking after Delhi. Now it is a state groundwater authority.
It is state government authority.
So that will be done by a state. जो दो जिला था दिल्ली का साउथ और साउथ वेस्ट डिस्ट्रिक्ट CGWA ने नोटिफाई किया. बाकी 7 जिले लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर साहब ने किया. लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर साहब ने किया. CGWA ने नहीं किया. CGWA ने उसको मान लिया क्योंकि ये वन वे एक्शन है. इन्वायरमेंट प्रोटेक्शन इसमें रिव्यू नहीं होता है.
And again water being a state subject, सेंटर का बहुत इसमें एडवाइजरी के अलावा कोई रोल नहीं होता.
नहीं, एक मेरे ख्याल से सिंह साहब के अपने संपर्क को इस्तेमाल करके वहाँ वो OIC को कह सकते हैं.
हाँ, नो इशू
कि 10 मीटर के नीचे का एरिया डिमार्केट हो जाए.
Who is the person?
Rana Chatterjee, right now Rana Chatterjee is there, but I think he will be there for next couple of days only because he has been promoted as regional director and will be going to some other region. So
Designation
next senior in command is I am senior in command, but I will be going to retire next month. So one Mr. Mohiddin is there now. He will be in this office for at least 3-4 years. So he will be heading the office for Delhi. Yeah, you can write the chairman.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
See, the problem which you are facing is a genuine problem because a person who owns a plot, let's say in Nizamuddin East or Golf Links or Kalindi or wherever, what does he do? He hires an architect. He looks at the unified building bylaws.
Exactly.
He goes to the municipal corporation and he submits a drawing. सबसे पहले उसको बोलते हैं रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग कहाँ है, नक्शा पास नहीं करेंगे जाओ. Okay, so the problem is while the notifications have definitely been made They are all only inside the file. The people who are supposed to know do not know, so putting this.
School of Planning Architecture, so they are the future architects who will be designing buildings.
So why doesn't MCT building section should have it? Because
Yeah,
I'm the ones
they should also. They should
ये
also-
नया change है, नया change है. I think. See, let me agree. One sec. Yeah, just one sec. Every such changes are pushed by citizens like you. So, अगर आप a government officer is preoccupied with so many works, if you will go twice, thrice, he will let the information later. That we have been seeing many torch bearers in past.
Yeah, we have got used to working with that kind of a system. Now we know that that is the only way to get work done.
Yeah.
But there is, I mean, sorry, I'm just going to take 2 more minutes. The other main issue is on parks where there is a ban on using groundwater. And there are so many parks which are just drying up because there is no access to. So how does one, on one hand, we are talking of wanting to, make our cities green and wanting to reduce air pollution, but we can barely manage to maintain our parks. There's no water.
No, I think
treated water.
Yeah, treated water
should be
movement.
allowed. It
Jal
has
board
been-
has started.
There is a
We
notification
are having
that
lot of treated water.
only treated water can be.
But treated water lines are not responsibility of
Can I have
citizens.
your attention?
We can continue the
We
discussion.
will continue this discussion. Professor Richard Dawson has joined us. Professor Dawson, can you hear us?
Hello, yes.
Hi.
Can you hear me okay?
You're on mute.
Oh.
Or have we put him on mute? Just check. Huh? I think we've.
No.
We are okay. I think he is listening.
There is some problem with his network.
We can't hear. You.
Can you hear me now? Oh. Hello?
Can you
hear me now? Hello?
Advisory committee तो फिर decide हो गया.
Hello? Can you hear me?
मोटो तो ले उसको propose तो दिख रहेगा ना. डीसी को तो नहीं पता इस बात का.
नहीं पता तो हमारे ऑफिसर्स को है कि हमारे पास लोग आ रहे हैं.
So we are just fixing this. There's some glitch from our side.
Okay. Can come, DC can put a proposal to see your BJP and then he can issue.
He can issue.
Okay, I think the problem has been sorted out.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We can.
Ah, perfect. Right.
Richard, welcome to this seminar. Since morning, we are having very fruitful discussions. 4 people made presentations on several subjects related to water sector. After your address, we will have a panel discussion and then concluding. Before this, let me introduce Professor Richard Dawson. He is director of the Hub, Water Security and Sustainable Development. He is the person who leads all these teams in 5 countries. He is professor of Earth Systems Engineering in the School of Engineering at Newcastle University, UK. He has very comprehensive teaching experience, and very actively he is making publications in a large range of journals. I can give you just an example. If I started reading the titles of the journals in which he has published, it will take a long time. So I will just give a sample of that. Being a hardcore engineer, he has published even in journals which we can't even think of. Journals like Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society, Geoforum. This journal is focused on geography and urban planning. Cities, as you know, is about the city planning, nature, water research, and Journal of Transport and Land Use. These are some of the journals which are directly related to planning also and philosophy. So he has made several publications since the last 2 decades. In February 2019, he was appointed to the Adaptation Committee of the UK government's Committee on Climate Change. He is participating in several other committees. His research interests include a study of floods, drought, and climate risk management for cities and infrastructure. And very ably, he is leading the entire hub involving 5 countries, including UK. So with these few words of introduction, I will hand over to Professor Richard Dawson, who is leading the team on the hub, sponsored by UKD. Professor Dawson.
Thank you very much, Ashok. It's a great pleasure to be here and to talk to you all today on World Water Day. As Ashok said, although I am the director of the hub, I certainly don't run it all by myself. We have excellent teams all around the world, and SPA being, absolutely critical to the delivery and success of our program. And thank you so much to the leadership in SPA for your support and outstanding research. That is really ensuring that the hub has a great visible presence in India and internationally. So the theme of World Water Day today is around making the visible or the invisible visible, with an emphasis on groundwater. Now, groundwater is not actually. Ashok gave a very generous sort of summary of some of the work I've done, but groundwater is one area I don't have much experience directly. But I think the theme of making the invisible visible resonates so strongly with what we're trying to do in the hub with our systems approach, that trying to see the interconnections between people, infrastructure, our water supplies, whether they're in the ground or falling from the air and in reservoirs and so on, is absolutely fundamental. And it is only by trying to make that invisible more visible that we will truly tackle issues of water security. And going back, a fact that I think the phrase "make the invisible visible" is something that Ashok may remember. He accompanied me to our interview with the funder, if you remember this, coming over to the UK a few years ago when we were allowed to travel. And in the presentation that we made, oh, have I lost? Did you lose me there?
Just tell him.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was talking about the presentation we gave to the funders a few years ago, Ashok, and one of the themes that we made there was around trying to show all of the parts of the water system that we often take for granted. That we often see the very visible aspects of that within our household. Maybe a tap. Or maybe a pump in a village, whatever it is that we're used to seeing, that's often what we think about. And a very central theme right from that day, that when we won our funding, and in that presentation that we gave, was about making this invisible parts of our system more visible. And it's not just groundwater, although that is the very important theme of World Water Day, but it is about the whole of that system. And one of the things that I found really exciting that has emerged from the hub is this theme around water sensitive planning, and how do we ensure that our cities are designed and planned in a way that, if you like, helps to make the invisible visible, helps us to think about, in the very essence, the very way that we design our cities, makes them think about water from the outset. And you know, it's absolutely entirely appropriate that you, the team at SPA, should be leading some of these conversations today on World Water Day, thinking about how our cities can help make and plan our water management in a way that makes it much more visible right up front, whether that's through physical manifestations of green infrastructure within cities, or whether that's through clever, intelligent planning and design of our cities. So I think that's all I was going to say. Just to say thank you so much for everything that you're doing, and for holding in particular, I think, this really exciting seminar and event today. It's absolutely fantastic to see, and I really look forward to hearing more about the outcomes of the event as well.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you for your address, and we will continue with our panel discussion. I know you are busy. You might have to address several gatherings today. So thank you very much for coming in, and we will continue with our program as scheduled. And certainly we will send you a report of this seminar, as well as we continually, as you know, we meet more often now as before. So we will continue to engage with you and others at Newcastle. Thank you, Richard, again.
Thank you. Goodbye, everyone.
Okay, guys, now we have again a very distinguished panel here to talk about place of groundwater in water security. This is the topic of the panel discussion. Professor P.S. Rao, being a director, again, he has to leave because he is interviewing a few personnel for the school. So he's there in the interview board. We have with us Professor Meenakshi Dote, who is a professor of environmental planning at SPA. Then we have with us, and we have heard him in the morning, Mr. Tejdeep Singh from CGWB, Professor Shashank Shekhar from Delhi University. We also heard him in the morning session. Shri V.P. Sharma, retired Chief Engineer from Delhi Jal Board. Shri Ghulam S. Sajjad, retired Executive Engineer, Delhi Jal Board. And Dr. Aarti Grover from School of Planning and Architecture. She heads the Department of Landscape Architecture in SPA. This is the panel. Professor Biswas and I will be steering in the sense not leading, but just managing the time and wherever necessary, making some interventions. Also, this is the setup. So I don't have I don't want to invite individuals. So we can start, anyone can start, and I have given you the topic of the discussion. And at the same time, we also have some questions which I can raise one by one, and we can start discussing. Part of the first question was addressed earlier, but I should suggest partially only because of lack of time by Professor Shekhar. But here is the question. we have 3 questions to discuss. This is the first question we have. What is understood by water security? How use groundwater of Delhi? This folder you have 3 questions. Let me just start very specific to the question so that everyone can participate.
Thank you, Professor Ashok Kumar. Now, the first question says, what is understood by water security? I think that was my presentation, which I had discussed. It is a holistic definition. It is not one-sided. That is, water security, which meets health, livelihood, ecosystem, and all the production needs of the community, with the constraint that there has to be ecological constraints on it. Then how can we use groundwater for attaining water security in the NCT Delhi? What we are doing right now, I have already explained that some around 24 or 25% of the Delhi's water requirement is met from different groundwater sources. Mostly, majority of the production is from Palla well field, where 30 to 40 million gallons per day of groundwater is extracted from a battery of around 100 tube wells and 5 rainy wells, out of which 1 is saline, so maybe 4, but that is mixed. That then it was 30 million gallons per day. Subsequently, Delhi Jal Board got a study done by WAPCOS and got it enhanced to 60 million gallons per day. Why we say that then it was 30 million? One tube well has a production of 0.5 million gallons per day in floodplain of Delhi. So 100 means it is 50 mgd. But that was toned down because of the water security concerns that first, extraction should not affect so much of water level lowering that the farmers' tube well are hampered. This was a study, TOR, in which I was also studied involved. So we brought it down from 45 to 30. Second, there should not be saline water upcoming. So your extraction has to be limited to the extent that there is no. Then third, there should not be significant depletion in the river head, which is flowing adjacent. But later on, this was revisited by a bigger team where I was also partner then. And then with some more engineered solutions, it came out that you can extract 60 mgd, keeping these constraints in mind. So that makes 60 million gallons per day, for which Delhi Jal Board is perhaps already increasing the number of tube wells. So that is present. Future, I think somebody from the Faxian Southeast was here. I know that there is already that pilot project of Palla Wellfield, the Delhi Jal Board is replicating in Okhla. Okhla, downstream of Okhla. That is from DND road, that is that AOA site, to Badarpur. So that extension that is how we can use. So that is future use. So that and some more Mayur Vihar and other stretches may give around 150 mg, 45 mgd. I'm not a part of that project, but my advice was taken that whether it is feasible, just a verbal advice from the concerned gentleman. I said it will be 45 mgd downstream of Okhla. So that is one side. Then on upstream of Wazirabad, on the other side also there is a floodplain which is Delhi's land. So in nutshell, future 170 million gallons per day of water can be taken from floodplain aquifers. Second is saline water resources of Delhi. which DJB, it looks I'm a spokesperson for DJB, but so no, because many things were done on my advices, so I and there have been major disagreements. So when we work in a team, so in the end there has been major disagreement with DJB also. Now they're pumping saline. They're planning to pump saline water out in western part of Delhi. In Tikri Kala, Tikri, they have two WTP at Tikri Kala and UGR at Dichaung Kala. So Tikri Kala, WTP and Dichaung UGR they will be pumping saline water out. There I was involved with the exploration part officially there in only one project as a project with DU. So they are planning to take some 10 million gallons per day of saline water. These estimates are not available anywhere. That how much saline water will give water security? I think you can work out.
आपके पास आते हैं हम दोबारा आ जाते हैं
ठीक है
मैं बुलाऊं जैसे लगे अपने आप ही बोलिए प्लीज
You asked to add.
Water. अच्छा बोलिए प्लीज बोलिए
नहीं तो बस
चलिए आप बोल दीजिए बोलिए
जो वाटर सिक्योरिटी का दिल्ली जो है ना सारा जो दिल्ली को पानी है वो सारा आपको पता ही है कि उधर दिल्ली का अपना कोई पानी सर्फेस वाटर नहीं है और जैसे कि पहले प्रेजेंटेशन में बताया कि टेरी डैम से किस तरीके से पानी आता है तो हमारे यहाँ सबसे बड़ी ये है कि कोई प्रेजेंटेशन ऐसे नहीं है बने हुए जैसे और जो बाहर फॉरेन कंट्रीज में वो उसको ये एक इस तरीके का प्रेजेंटेशन दिखाते हैं बच्चों को स्कूल में कि पानी आता कहाँ से उसको यही नहीं पता उसको तो टैप में पानी आ रहा है तो उसको पानी उसने खोला टैप से आ गया पानी इसके अंदर से वही बात कर रहे थे वो तो पानी आ रहा है टेरी डैम से गंगा से आ रहा है वहां से मुरादनगर आ रहा है मुरादनगर से दिल्ली आ रहा है दिल्ली से मुरादनगर से सोनिया विहार आ रहा है हैदरपुर आ रहा है उधर से सारा पानी आने के बाद ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है उसके बाद पंपिंग हो रही है पंपिंग के बाद प्राइमरी यूजीआरस में जा रहा है सेकेंडरी यूजीआरस में जा रहा है फिर वहां से पंपिंग हो रही है लोग पूछते सुबह में पानी क्यों आता है भाई 3 बजे पानी क्यों आता है पूरे दिन पंपिंग होने के बाद जब वो रिजर्वायर भर जाता है तो इसलिए मॉर्निंग में सप्लाई होती है तो ये अगर पूरी वीडियो फिल्म अगर बनाई जाए तो इसके लिए ये है कि वो हमारे को बेसिक इसकी मतलब होनी चाहिए स्कूल में प्राइमरी लेवल पे छोटे पे हम वहाँ सिंगापुर में डेलीगेशन गया उसका आई वाज द पार्ट ऑफ दैट डेलीगेशन तो वो उसकी छोटी छोटी फिल्म बनाकर स्कूल में बच्चों को फर्स्ट स्टैंडर्ड सेकंड स्टैंडर्ड थर्ड फोर्थ छोटे स्टैंडर्ड वो दिखा रहे हैं कि पानी को कितने किलोमीटर से 1000 किलोमीटर के बाद दिल्ली में पानी पहुंचा अब दिल्ली में पानी पहुंचने के बाद कुछ वैसे भी रीजन है वो खैर इसमें नहीं बोला जा सकता कि जैसे फ्री वाटर है तो 80% लोग जो पढ़े लिखे भी हैं उनको ये पता है कि पानी अरे वो चोरी नहीं कर रहे हैं उनको ये नहीं कि वो हम गलत कर रहे हैं उनको ये पता है कि पानी दिल्ली में पानी 20 किलो लीटर फ्री है वो यही जरूरी नहीं समझ रहे कि साहब वो कनेक्शन जो है वो उसकी परमिशन जल बोर्ड से लेनी पड़ेगी या नहीं लेनी पड़ेगी उन्होंने तो अपना एक बोर किया मेरे एक रिलेटिव है कि पानी का कनेक्शन चाहिए मैंने कहा भाई हाँ ठीक है 100 गज कितना प्लॉट है इतना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर वो उसका लगेगा और आप दे दीजिए 18,000 इतने रुपए जमा होंगे वहाँ वो अगले दिन नहीं आया मैंने कहा भाई क्यों नहीं आया आप कहने लगे हमारे पड़ोसी आए थे बोले यार उन्होंने कहा 1500 रुपए मुझे तो कल से पानी आना शुरू हो जाएगा उन्होंने 1500 रुपए उनको दिए और उन्होंने बोर कर दिया पानी अगर देखिए अगर जैसे स्टडीज कहती है दिल्ली में 20% लीकेज है 40% लीकेज है 30% लीकेज है तो अगर लीकेज है तो दिल्ली में ज्यादा पानी और अब तो मेट्रो ने एक्यूफर बना दिए बाकायदा इधर लाइन की थी इधर लाइन की थी अब तो पानी जो लाइन में से लीक होगा तो ग्राउंड वाटर टेबल जो है विल राइज जगह जगह बढ़ेगा वो पानी लेकिन अगर ऐसा नहीं है
तो पानी जो है उसको ये नहीं पता कि जो मैंने टैप खोली है मुझे इसके पैसे दो, उसको ये पता ये फ्री है, ये तो जाने दो जा रहा। और जब वो खराब हो गया, वो यूज्ड हो गया, दैट इज यूज्ड वाटर हो गया, उसको वेस्ट वाटर बोलते हैं, वहाँ नहीं बोलते, वो यूज्ड वाटर बोलते हैं, मतलब उसको। तो उसमें सर्फ वगैरह और जितने भी वेस्ट वगैरह मिल गया तो वो बेकार हो गया, फिर वो हम उसको पकड़ नहीं सकते। एक उसको नहीं पकड़ सकते, और एक जब बारिश होती है और पानी बहता है तो फ्लड आ जाता है, उसको भी नहीं पकड़ सकते, क्योंकि हमने अपने पार्क में भी वॉकवे जो है वो पक्का बनवाते चले जा रहे हैं, घर के बाहर भी पक्का कराते चला रहे हैं, तो कंक्रीटिंग होती चली जा रही है। तो अगर आप रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग तो खैर बहुत बात की बात है, अगर अपने पार्क में भी पानी जमा होता है बारिश में तो वो भी अगर पर्कुलेट करेगा तो काफी उससे फर्क आएगा। तो उसको पानी को आपको कहीं ना कहीं तो इसको मतलब ये बताना पड़ेगा कि ये कैसे आता है, कितना मुश्किल चीज है, नहीं तो ये परेशानी तो बढ़ती ही रहेगी। अभी एक क्वेश्चन में से बीच में बात चल रही थी, जैसे डीडीए फ्लैट्स हैं, तो डीडीए ने अपने फ्लैट बनाने हैं तो उनको पहले से ही अपना ये बताना चाहिए कि हम इस एरिया में इतने फ्लैट बनाने के लिए जा रहे हैं, उनको अपनी पहले स्कीम पास करानी चाहिए,
एनओसी लेना चाहिए,
आप पानी दे देंगे कि नहीं दे देंगे। अब ये प्रोजेक्ट यहाँ चल रहा है श्रीनिवासपुरी में, वो क्वार्टर्स को तोड़कर वो बना रहे हैं। अब हाई कोर्ट ने कहा कि भाई आप जब तक के ये नहीं बताएंगे पानी कहाँ से लाएंगे हम आपको। आई वाज द क्वार्टर बनाने दे रहे हैं कि
सरोजनी नगर
तो इधर सरिता बिहार में प्रोजेक्ट बना दिए और जल बोर्ड को बताया नहीं, कॉन्फिडेंस में नहीं लिया, पानी का बताते कि भाई इतना पानी चाहिएगा, हमें इतना पानी दीजिए। अब उन्होंने उसके बाद जबरदस्ती पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर डाल के उसकी स्कीम अप्रूव करा लिया। वो बता रहे थे कि पानी जो है वहां पर अवेलेबल नहीं है, वो जल बोर्ड को बोलते हैं, जल बोर्ड कहता है भाई आप बोरवेल लगा लीजिए। नतीजा ये है कि 20-20, 40-40 बोरवेल लगाए जा रहे हैं और उसी से पानी वो होता है। दिल्ली में तकरीबन जैसे बताया कि 10% वाटर जो है, 10% तो ऑफिशियली दिल्ली जल बोर्ड को पता है कि वो जो उनके ट्यूबवेल से वो ग्राउंड से एक्सट्रैक्ट हो रहा है, लेकिन
उतना ही दूसरा भी
उतना ही कोई कितने ही हाउस होल्ड लोग हैं दिल्ली में, उससे भी ज्यादा डबल जो है जिनके यहाँ पर बोर अपना पर्सनल नहीं होगा, जिसका कि वो काउंटेड फॉर नहीं होता और उसका पता भी नहीं चल रहा कि क्या है। ये सब आईडीए से मतलब
थोड़ी देर के लिए आपको फिर आपको बुलाता हूँ, सिंह साहब को देता हूँ, बट बिफोर आई डू दैट I just want to summarize because he is not academic, so he has not used the water security word is not used, but I'm very impressed with the way he defines water security. He talks about awareness among children could contribute to water security. Water should be valued more even if it is provided free. So these are not elements that we find in our academic definitions. Then illegal extraction is another element that he has highlighted. Then mismanagement of stormwater or rainwater. Then he talks about need to make water assessment before developing any area. He talks about group housing with one specific example. So these are some of the things perhaps when we teach our students also. We need to take care. His is a practical perspective from Delhi Jal Board's point of view. Professor Biswas and I are. Give me a second, then I will give it to you. Professor Biswas and I are teaching one subject, sustainable development and planning. In that subject, we taught, like you have shown us, several authors on water security. I have discussed several elements of water security and sustainable development. But I think these insights are useful for us as teachers as well. So with this, I will hand over to Singh Sir
Sure.
first, and then you are.
Thank you very much. I slightly differ on the aspects of demand side management. What he is talking on supply side and demand side management. The groundwater, the role of groundwater in water security is unquestionable. Why I am telling this? Because besides, there are three major uses of water. That is domestic use, industrial use, and irrigational use, agriculture use. Besides, the one hidden use, which is evapotranspiration, which we don't take into account when we calculate water for the sustainable development of the ecology. When we study the domestic use, we are here talking since Delhi is a small, around 1500 square kilometer area city, having a almost 20 million population. I think 20 million population. And see, in water security, domestic supply has very, very, very microscopic role. I will give you one simple example, one simple calculation. The total rainfall in one calendar year in India is 4,000 BCM. 4,000 BCM. And our total consumption from all sources is 1,200 BCM. 700 comes from the surface water, 500 BCM comes from the groundwater. If we take into account the runoff factor also, we usually, when we calculate the things, we take the 60% of the total rainfall as usable water. 60% of the total rainfall, that means out of 4,000 BCM, 2,400 BCM water is available for optimum use and the practical use. What is our consumption right now? It's 1,200 BCM only. That means the water we are consuming as of now, equal amount of water is available, which is going as a runoff. First thing. Only 3% water is used for domestic purposes. Only 3% water of the total water use is being used by domestic purposes. Out of this 3%, 90% water is used from groundwater. The domestic use is met mostly from the groundwater. So the role of groundwater in water security is unquestionable. One aspect. Another aspect is groundwater is the only source of water which is clean nowadays. We have contaminated our whole water bodies. We have contaminated our surface water, and unfortunately, I have myself, you may say, chalan many industries who are injecting their effluent into the dry aquifer. And destroying the aquifer is a criminal. They should be not only jailed. उनको because aquifer को साफ करना is one of the most polluted for most dangerous in India. उसमें से लगता है डाइंग इंडस्ट्री anyway, that is not important. Important है कि वाटर सिक्योरिटी के लिए हमको ग्राउंड वाटर पे डिपेंडेंट, ड्रिंकिंग वाटर के लिए तो हमको ग्राउंड वाटर पे डिपेंडेंट रहना ही पड़ेगा. दैट देयर इज नो अल्टरनेटिव, क्योंकि जब तक हमारी रिवर्स क्लीन नहीं होती हैं, रिवर्स में हमारे एसटीपी प्लांट्स जो है प्रॉपर ऑपरेशनल नहीं होते हैं, रिवर्स क्लीन नहीं होती हैं, तो हमको ड्रिंकिंग वाटर के लिए तो उस पर डिपेंड करना ही पड़ेगा. और सिंस द रोल ऑफ अमाउंट ऑफ वाटर फॉर द ड्रिंकिंग पर्पस इज वेरी लेस, और जब हम ड्रिंकिंग पर्पस की बात करते हैं तो ड्रिंकिंग वाटर में आई टेक into account the domesticated animals also. There is a thumb rule in India. Not in India, there is a thumb rule of human civilization. I'm talking about the villages. If a village has 1,000 population, if a village has a 1,000 population, that village has 1,000 domestic animals. There is a thumb rule everywhere in the world. Be it bakra hai, gadha hai, ghoda hai, ऊंट है, all domesticated animals equal to human population होते हैं. गाय है, भैंस है, बैल है. तो उनके पानी के लिए ही हमने वाटर बॉडीज को बनाया था. वाटर बॉडीज जो विलेजेस में बनी थी इसी काम के लिए बनी थी कि जो डोमेस्टिकेटेड एनिमल्स हैं उनको वाटर की रिक्वायरमेंट हो और सरप्लस वाटर से हमारा ग्राउंड वाटर रिचार्ज होता रहे. Unfortunately, because of various reasons, land mafia, whatever you may call it, the water bodies is being destroyed like anything. So now, well, in last year when I was in ministry, GSA 2, with the consultation of the advisor to the minister, we planned an idea. Not planned an idea. This has been already been executed. I'm telling you for information. All the water bodies in the world are in India are being geotagged now. The geotagging of the water body is taking place, and the catchment and the capacity of that water bodies also being calculated, so that we understand how much water resource we have in those water bodies. And if the water bodies are geotagged, nobody can encroach that area also. And for that, ministry is giving 2 lakh rupees per DC to water tag those bodies in their particular districts. So this is the this has been done in JSA 2. Now this year from 29th of now this year on 29th of March, the Honorable President of India is going to inaugurate the JSA 3 this year also. JSA Jal Shakti Abhiyan, which last year the Prime Minister has inaugurated. So this year also we are going to start this thing. So my submission is that rather blaming each other, we will be blaming the municipal corporations. Municipal corporation will be blaming DJP. DJP will be blaming the Delhi DDA. DDA will be blaming CPWD. I think we need a holistic approach. There must be some convergence of all the parts. When drinking water is concerned, drinking water, I think, is a fundamental right of a human being. Drinking water is a fundamental right of a human being, and nobody should be deprived of the drinking water. We can, all the management practices, water saving techniques can be used. There is an immense scope to save water in agriculture sector, which is a major consumer. Since Delhi is an urban conglomerate, there is a norm of 60 liter per day per person. We can calculate that 60 liter per day per person plus for the domestic animals. And if we calculate these things, if we calculate the rainfall taking place in Delhi, in the 1500 square kilometer area, the total water, the 60% of the total water being generated, half of our demand can be met from the rainwater only. So it's a problem of management. It's not a problem. When I was talking about the Israeli team who was making a management plan for the Punjab, he told me, the macro officer told me, what is the problem? We have a problem of plenty. You have a problem of shortage, we have a problem of plenty. That's the problem. We are unable to manage our resources. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
सर जो पहला क्वेश्चन था वो सिक्योरिटी का था, वाटर सिक्योरिटी और ग्राउंड का. अगर सिंपल सी बात समझ में आ जाए कि पानी की बर्बादी को रोका जाएगा तो एक्सट्रैक्शन कम होगा. और दिल्ली के लिए इन्होंने बात लिखी थी, तो अगर हम किताबों को पढ़ के उसकी डेफिनेशन और वो बताते रहे तब तो एक अलग बात होती है. एक जो प्रैक्टिकल बात होती है वो ये होती है कि जो पानी को अगर आप जितना पानी दिल्ली में अवेलेबल है, जैसे आपने बताया कि रेन वाटर हार्वेस्ट कर लें, तब दिल्ली की पानी की समस्या समाप्त हो जाएगी. अगर पानी की वेस्टेज हम रोक लें दिल्ली में तो समस्या समाप्त हो जाएगी. तो सिक्योरिटी तो जब ही हो सकती है कि जब विड्रॉल जो है वो कम होगा। और विड्रॉल कब कम होगा कि जब आप जो है उसको पानी को
मेरा कहना है
उसकी वैल्यू लगाएंगे, उसके बाद
जुडिशियस
उसको कम खर्च करेंगे उसको, जब ये हो सकता है।
देखिए पहले तो हमको रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग एंड आर्टिफिशियल रिचार्ज टू ग्राउंड वाटर में डिफरेंस समझना पड़ेगा। there is entirely these are two fundamentals. Rain water harvesting, water can be used by the person who is harvesting that water. When we are artificially recharging to the groundwater, then anybody can use that. That is the social cause. When I talk about rainwater harvesting, there are innumerable water bodies in Delhi. Can't we recharge those water bodies during rainy season to rainwater harvest? To use that water during rain period. So the dependence upon the groundwater will reduce.
अभी दिल्ली जल बोर्ड ने कोर्ट की डायरेक्शन से कुछ 205 वाटर बॉडीज आइडेंटिफाइड करी है।
मैं दोबारा
हमने मिस्टर सानी से बात मैंने उनको एक्सप्लेन की थी।
मैं दोबारा आता हूँ आपके पास। What we are doing here is the basic purpose of this discussion is to really look at the different perspectives that you have. A scientist has spoken, and other scientist before him has also spoken. They have certain views. You as a engineer have worked several decades in the water utility. Obviously, your perspective will be very different from them. But I think multiple perspectives are useful. All of these perspectives are useful. So let's have another perspective from you, sir.
In conclusion to Sajjad, इसके लिए बेसिक चीज ये है कि जो ग्राउंड वाटर हमारा है in city like Delhi, that should be used as a emergency purpose only. वो emergency के लिए है क्योंकि वो आपके पास स्टोरेज है नीचे, या तो सस्टेनेबल रहे वो कि उसके अंदर हमारा जो है रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग इतनी ज्यादा हो या आर्टिफिशियल रिचार्ज इतना ज्यादा हो कि उसको हम मेंटेन कर सकें. अदरवाइज दिस शुड बी यूज्ड टू द मिनिमम. मेरा व्यू है ये.
मेरा ये कहना है कि as I told you कि see, water is a dynamic resource. I'm telling you, water is a dynamic resource. Too much and too little, both are the problem. If we Chandigarh is the first city in the country which has a groundwater regulation. The groundwater regulation in Chandigarh came during 1960s only. Chandigarh, southern Chandigarh, bordering Punjab, Mohali area, in the groundwater aquifer system is of very fine grained sand. There is a great waterlogging problem because of the non-withdrawal of the groundwater. If we will not withdraw the ground, we have to maintain the water level at 10 meters.
That can be.
आप बोल दीजिए
तो
क्या कहना.
रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग में एक प्रॉब्लम आती है कि मोस्टली एरिया इज कंक्रीट एरिया, तो रूफ टॉप रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग इज गुड. लेकिन हमारा जो दिल्ली के अंदर मोस्टली एरिया जो पेमेंट एरिया है, दैट लीड्स टू कंटेमिनेशन. तो उसकी कोई जो है सोल्यूशन साइंटिफिकली आ जाए कि उसको कैसे किया जाए ताकि वो रिचार्ज हो और उसको एफिशिएंटली हम रिचार्ज.
क्या है कि harvesting प्रॉब्लम ग्राउंड वाटर लेवल ये जो रेन वाटर का पानी 1 मीटर पे बना
दैट प्रॉब्लम
इतना ऊपर
की यहीं पे हुई है और इतना टाइम है, दैट इज वेरी लेस.
I take a brief call on this. Payment.
तीसरा जो है कंजर्वेशन है कि जितना हम कम से कम यूज कर सकें चौथा एफिशिएंट यूज के अंदर पीछे एक सिस्टम था कि थोड़ा जिस तरह जो हमारे अप्लायंसेस हैं, जो वाटर कंज्यूमिंग अप्लायंसेस है, जैसे हमारा जो है वॉशिंग मशीन्स हैं या हमारा सिस्टम्स हैं, तो उनके जिस तरह से हम जो है इलेक्ट्रिसिटी के अंदर 5 स्टार 4 स्टार करते हैं, the same thing should come in these appliances also, कि ताकि मेरा जो है मिनिमम
ये हो रहा है,
वो आया नहीं, वो सुनते आ रहे हैं पिछले 5-6 साल से, लेकिन वो अभी तक कुछ नहीं चल रहा है।
ठीक है। और
दूसरा जो है इरेशनल है, जैसे सिंह साहब ने बताया कि जी 3% जो है हमारा डोमेस्टिक यूज है, तो एज फार एज दिल्ली इज कंसर्न, यहाँ पे हम इस फिगर को नहीं 3% नहीं मान सकते,
नहीं मान सकते, मैंने तो पहले ही बोला
दैट कैन बी एज ए होल।
अर्बन हाइड्रोलॉजी में नहीं मान
तो जो इरेशनल है कि जैसे एनडीएमसी एरिया है, वहां पे मेरी अवेलेबिलिटी या कंजम्पशन जो है वो 300-350-400 एलपीसीडी है। कुछ मेरा एरिया ऐसा है जहाँ पे जो है 20 लीटर पर कैपिटा पर डे भी दे नहीं पा रहा हूँ, तो वो उस तरह से एफिशिएंट यूज हो। बाकी जल बोर्ड कर भी रहा है, जैसे रिसाइकलिंग रीयूज का जो है कर रहा है। अभी हमारा एक प्लांट यहाँ पे लग रहा है, एसटीपी जो है कोरोनेशन पिलर पे, तो वहां से हम जो है 10 mgd या 30 mgd वी आर टेकिंग पंपिंग इट टू अपस्ट्रीम ऑफ पल्ला, and then we will collect downstream। और 500 वाटर बॉडीज के करीब जो है उनको डेवलपमेंट कर रहे हैं ताकि जो है रिचार्ज हो। ये मैं कहना चाहूँगा।
Thank you so much. And let's invite now Dr. Aarti Grover and then Professor Meenakshi Dutta. And then we will have another round, time permitting.
Thank you, sir. I think I had jotted down certain points, but from what we have been discussing for the last 15-20 minutes, half an hour, there are pointers that I've now written, and I'll get all this around this. So the first thing I think Professor Shok just said, that we have to look at how, as professionals, we look at water security, how we look at water security from the point of view of being teachers, because we are teaching in very, very effective sort of fields where the students which we are producing from here are going to really sit in the positions where they will take decisions outside, and that will matter a lot. So these are 2 points. The third thing that I will speak from the perspective of being associated with these organizations like Delhi Jal Board and INFC committees, where I kind of discuss and understand what people are doing these days and how we respond to them. And the fourth, of course, because I live in Delhi as a city dweller, how do I see these things? So I personally feel that a city cannot be seen in isolation, like Sachaji also said. We have to start from understanding the larger watershed. Ma'am talked about her project, and she said that we looked at the larger watershed and how we sit in that context. I think that has to become our starting point. We sit in Delhi, but what do we really look at? We look at rivulets which are starting from somewhere, going somewhere, and in the process they cross us. That's where the city interacts with these water, sources for us. How do we treat them? What do we do with them? And what do we expect them to do to us will depend on how we are treating the whole stretch, above and below both. The other important thing is that we've been thinking of and talking about interlinking of these water resources. That can become a very, very huge, response in this domain. Specifically in Delhi, I think this floodplain also becomes a very important source, which can become a cushion for us. We can actually divert the whole water till the floodplain, and that can become the source of water in times when we really need it. Are we really using it? No, we are not using it to the potential that it has.
we're not using.
We are not using. Now, what happens to the natural drainage? कहने के लिए तो हम बहुत कहते हैं कि हम ये develop कर रहे हैं, वो develop कर रहे हैं, but जो हमारी rivers हैं, which once upon a time we used to kind of revere, are now turning to drains. How do we respond to that? In paper, yes, we are doing a lot of work, but I think till the time that we bring communities together and we start working at the ground level, it will not bear any concrete fruit. Another important thing is we need to understand from the perspective of which domain are we talking in. Like, आप लोग scientists हैं,
आप जो बात बता vocabulary different है हमारे probably out of can focus on करना है हमारे is that to the odds. So now what do you harvest? You harvest the flood water, you harvest the storm water, you harvest the rooftops. But there are norms for rooftop harvesting. How much are they successful? We all know. But there needs to be strict norm for that. Also, I think in developments where we do site developments, there has to be a norm wherein at least 10% of the site area should be left for this. Some sort of a norm which is already in discussion in the Delhi Jal Board and they're talking about fixing that norms. Sharmaji must be going about that. And then they say 40% of the demand of the city should be met from recycled water. Are we doing enough for that? So I rest my comment for the time being, but I have a lot of design related aspects as to how do you really design for sustainable urban drainage systems and water sensitive urban design methodologies that we adopt these days, which if I'm given chance I'll explain on those also.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, I would say that since again, as Dr. Grover had said, that we are in the field of planning and design. So how do we plan and design so that we can assure water security is something that is we have to learn also. Some things perhaps, I just want to give an example. We don't really understand the urban hydrology. And we also do not, and what is the size at which the data is available to us? Because our scope of intervention is right from the site, and those who are in regional planning will go up to the district level or maybe more, 2-3 districts also. So our scope of intervention is, as per scale, very low. Here I'll give an example. We were examining the Sushant Lok Phase 1 Gurgaon as part of NGT committee. And there were some complaints and all that they were letting out their sewage into the drain which goes into Aravali area or something like that. When we did a field visit to that area, we had a lot of people complaining about flooding of the ground floor, right? And many NRIs and all are there. And then when we were walking in the neighborhood, we found very high speed breakers kind of a thing. The गाड़ी तो बिल्कुल चल जाएगी if you have such high speed breakers. And then when we started talking, they were making local drainage basins. अपने घर के ग्राउंड फ्लोर में पानी ना आए तो उन्होंने सड़क पे स्पीड ब्रेकर करके और जो हाउसिंग एरिया पार्क था उसमें खूब बड़ा गड्ढा खोद दिया था. तो जब बारिश होती वो सारा पानी जो इनके घर में जाता उसको इन लोगों ने लोकली आपस में करके वहां चला जाता so that their small pocket would get. What had happened was this was the first neighborhood that was made in Gurgaon. I think phase 1, phase 2 ऐसे करके आया. और जो रोड बनी थी मेन हाईवे वो बाद में है और वो ऊपर है. तो क्या हुआ कि पानी वो टंकी बन गई वो पूरी एरिया. We actually don't understand the implication of the kind of infrastructure with hydrology. Yeah. And urban hydrology. So you wrote this thing. We don't know. And the linkage with groundwater. वहाँ पे rainwater harvesting pits थे. One of the parameters of the terms of reference was वो pit सारे rainwater harvesting pit टूटे. उसकी जरूरत भी नहीं थी और जब प्लान हुआ तो शायद जरूरत थी because वहाँ पे water कम था. Water को तो अगर अब वो सिचुएशन ये हो गई कि तो वो so we have to review reserve ground recharge वो करना चाहिए. know more, how can we? It has
very major role to have the data, the real-time data is
scale we
missing.
require.
And that's why the solutions are not correct.
I'll add just 1 minute. I'll add one thing here. Recently, we have done aquifer mapping of the whole country. In that aquifer mapping, we have mapped the aquifers up to 300 meters. We know exactly how much is the dry zone available with us everywhere in the country.
In the country.
Yes, even in Delhi also. And those reports have been given to each and every district magistrate, all the 11 districts. The reports has been given to them. We have given practically report to all the district magistrates in the country.
Is it available online?
Yes, it is available on our website also. E-Granthalaya, all reports are available in our CGWB website. So we have the dry zone available. See, as I have calculated the amount of water being we can recharge the unsaturated zone, and how much water will be used. There is a master plan for that also. The problem is that there is no our reports are not being used properly. That's the problem.
People don't know. I mean,
Yeah. Most of the people हमारे यहाँ क्या हो रहा है कि हम डीसी को रिपोर्ट देख के हम भी चुप हो जा रहे हैं कि हमारा काम
बेसिकली डीसी का काम भी नहीं है वो।
डीसी को तो हम
डीसी को रिपोर्ट चली गई, उसके बाद क्या हुआ?
स्टेट सब्जेक्ट होने के चलते हम सोचते हैं हमारा काम हो गया, डीसी को दे दिया।
1 मिनट ठीक है। एक के जो पहले 2001-2 में सिंह साहब को याद होगा, हमने नारा लगाना शुरू किया था, रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग करते हैं, छत का पानी जमीन में लाते हैं। बहुत ही नारा लगाया, बहुत सारी बिल्डिंगें में प्लान अप्रूव हुई, लेकिन वो हेल्प नहीं किया। कारण क्या था कि इंडिविजुअल सेंसिटिविटी नहीं था लोगों का। नक्शा पास हुआ, स्ट्रक्चर को कभी मेंटेन नहीं किया गया। I was disheartened because I started my career shouting this slogan in many forums, and we used to have many seminars then in Delhi, every art of it. But then we started rethinking. फिर हमने कहा वाटर बॉडी को ले आते हैं और फ्लड प्लेन को ले आते हैं। वहां तो ये चीज नहीं चलेगा ना कि छुपा लेंगे आप। अब पेवमेंट का जो पानी है उसके लिए है वाटर बॉडी। उसको आप जो कहा आपने कि हो सकता है उसमें थोड़ा गैसोलीन हो, ये हो, मिट्टी, the soil has a wonderful characteristic that if it's like a big filter, when your water goes through it gets many pollutants gets absorbed in the clay and it filters it. That's called river bank or water body bank filtration project. DMRC, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation, from its Yamuna Bank depot extracts water from 11 tube wells and supplies for cleaning of all metro yards and by filtering Yamuna river water from its bank. It is already done. It's not that we are not doing it.
परमिशन नहीं ली जल बोर्ड से
नहीं बताते हैं उसको। उन्होंने एक टेक लिया हुआ है कि ये पानी पीने के लिए इस्तेमाल नहीं करते हैं।
नहीं, उसमें दिक्कत ये है कि ये तो उन्होंने ले लिया, उसके बावजूद जो है 300 ट्यूबवेल भी मांग लिए जल बोर्ड से।
अच्छा, अब उसको छोड़ देते हैं ना, मतलब वो काम
उसको नहीं बताया कि हम ये भी पानी ले रहे हैं। नहीं,
अब उसको छोड़ देते हैं, वो तो आपका ये है, वो काम कर रहा है। ये गंदे नदी के बगल से वो पानी खींचते हैं और वो नदी का बैंक पूरा फिल्टर करके उनको ठीक पानी दे रहा है जो धोने में इस्तेमाल, कूलिंग में इस्तेमाल करते हैं। I had a project for this with them.
कंटामिनेशन का नीचे तीसरा कवर हो रहा है कि आपने जो बताया कि इधर की जैसे पल्ला में ट्यूबवेल लगाए थे, ऐसे ही डीएनडी से लेकर तो यहाँ पर भी लगाए गए थे ट्यूबवेल। डीएनडी से डाउन में यमुना में लगाए गए थे, लेकिन उनका जो सैंपल आया तो उसमें ज्यादा इतनी होती अमोनिया कि वो
नहीं, मैं देखिए वो मेरा पहला प्रोजेक्ट था, फेल हुआ था। आई वाज साइट हाइड्रोजियोलॉजिस्ट, मुझे पहला असाइनमेंट मिला था और उसको मैं लास्ट तक लड़ा हूँ ऑडिट पैरा को। उसमें ऑडिट पैरा लिख आया था और
आज तक जवाब हम भी दे रहे हैं।
जवाब उसका ऑडिट पैरा का जवाब मैं दिया, मैं वहां से अपना टेक्निकल रेजिग्नेशन एक्सेप्ट करवाया हूँ। तो इसका मतलब है कि ऑडिट पैरा पहला चीज। हमने 16 ट्यूबवेल लगाई। आप जो बात कर रहे हैं उस प्रोजेक्ट की, वो हमारा जस्ट अकला बराज के नीचे 5 ट्यूबवेल लगा के
हाँ, 5-6 लगाए थे, उसके
5
बाद
लगाया
जो है
था। मैं
बाकी
था
लगे
वहाँ
नहीं
पे,
थे।
ये मेरा पहला असाइनमेंट था। और उसके बाद 2002 में मैं आया तो मुझे दिया गया 16 ट्यूबवेल लगवाने के लिए। मैं नाम भूल गया, यूपी के एक सीएम थे, वरुणालय में वहाँ बैठते थे, लाजपत नगर में कहीं। सलभ कुमार was here, मुझे याद है अच्छी तरह।
तो चीफ इंजीनियर बने,
मेंबर हो गया।
अच्छा भी है, मैं सलभ कुमार से हमने परमिशन ली, रिटर्न साइन किया उन्होंने। मैं ही गया था उनके पास और 16 ट्यूबवेल लगाया डीएनडी के साथ साथ। आज ऑडिट पारा अगर खत्म कराया है तो कुछ मेरिट था। मैं बताता हूँ क्या था। 2 ट्यूबवेल, एक मिनट मैं ये कह कि दिस इज ओल्ड इश्यू,
मोटिव इश्यू, वेरी मोटिव इश्यू।
दुखती
We'll skip this full capital the presentation as elaborated in the morning session. So we have been discussing this. So let's skip question number 2. We will move to question number 3, which is equally important. What are the major sources of groundwater pollution in the NCT of Delhi? What measures could be taken to control it? So this is the last question that we have for the evening for discussion. And I would like all of you, I would like to request, be brief please, so that I want to invite my researchers also.
उसमें सेकंड में या डिस्कशंस में आ चुका है ये पॉइंट।
हाँ, ये भी थोड़ा हो गया है, briefly कर लेते हैं. Then I want to invite researchers, particularly those who are focused on water sensitive planning, to also ask questions. And after that, we are going to wind up, and I'm going to invite Professor R. Biswas for his concluding remarks. So this is how we are organized now. So let's quickly take up. I will start with you because you speak briefly.
See, if we say the sources of groundwater pollution, many of the built fabric of Delhi, which is looking into some of the areas where regulations are not there. One case, the urban villages that are there. Second is when we talk about these canals which are now which have rammed earth, उससे जो percolation होता है, अभी दिल्ली में तो पता नहीं, बस आगरा canal the seepage from I would say unauthorized areas. We have no way of knowing the kind of sanitation systems are there, the kind of, and especially the ones which are in the township. So also some of the urban villages, because some of the water bodies, I happen to understand this through our studies on the water bodies of, again, somehow we get involved in GT matters quite often. So here again, this was related to cantonment, Delhi cantonment, water bodies within that. And there are some urban villages which lie within that. और फिर वहाँ से भी जो सीवरेज सिस्टम वगैरह जा रहा है, उसका कोई या तो वाटर बॉडी में या so this unaccounted seepage from areas where we don't monitor and all, I find is something which we do not know the scale of the problem. So anything, as I said in my previous, what we cannot measure, we cannot measure. So which are the critical aspects, which are the sources, we need to know how much they contribute and we have to have a management.
इसमें जो प्रोफेसर दोते ने कहा, एक तो मैं अलग से अपना पॉइंट ये बता दूं कि जो पॉल्यूशन है ना, ग्राउंड वाटर पॉल्यूशन, वो इलीगल एक्सट्रैक्शन जो हो रहा है दिल्ली में पानी का, वो भी एक मेजर उसको उसको भी पॉल्यूशन ही कहते हैं, मतलब लीगल एक्सट्रैक्शन ऑफ वाटर जो है इन टर्म्स ऑफ वो भी
एनवायरमेंटल इशू
इशू है, और पॉल्यूशन जो वो हो रहा है। दूसरी बात ये जो फैक्ट्रीज कुछ दिल्ली में ऐसी हैं कि जो जीन्स की अभी ये ऑफिशियली मतलब हमारी नॉलेज में तो है, लेकिन अब ये कब रिकॉर्ड आएगा ये तो नहीं पता कि जहाँ जहाँ ईस्ट दिल्ली में और इधर उधर जहाँ पर जीन्स की फैक्ट्री है वो कलर्ड वाटर को इंजेक्ट जो है अनऑफिशियली कर रहे हैं ग्राउंड में। लेकिन अभी तक चूंकि जो ट्यूबवेल जल बोर्ड के तकरीबन 8,000 बोरवेल्स लगे हैं डिफरेंट एरिया और पार्ट में, तो वहाँ का पहले उसको कमीशनिंग करने से पहले उसको जो सैंपल टेस्ट किया जाता है, तो उसको जब भी उसको अंदर सिस्टम में जोड़ते हैं या रिजर्वायर में जोड़ते हैं कि जब वो फिट होता, तो ज्यादा जो फेलियर की परसेंटेज है वो इतनी अभी है नहीं, अभी मतलब बहुत 3%, 1 or 2%।
दूसरा इशू जो मैडम बता रहे थे इसका जो सीवेज वाला कि इन अर्बन विलेजेस जो है देयर इज नो प्रॉपर सीवेज सिस्टम, तो अभी जल बोर्ड जो है मेरे ख्याल में काफी हद तक उसको कर रहा है शॉर्ट आउट, क्योंकि एक तो डिसेंट्रलाइज प्लांट, क्योंकि वहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम थी डिस्पोजल की, तो अब डिसेंट्रलाइज प्लांट्स वगैरह जो है काफी विलेज के अंदर लगा रहा है। जो अनऑथराइज कॉलोनीज हैं उसका भी हमारा प्लान में 25 तक का प्लान है कि उसके अंदर वो करके जो है हम जो है उसको प्रॉपर सीवरेज सिस्टम में ले आएंगे। तो वो जो इलीगल वो जो उसका है आपका जो वाटर बॉडीज में जा रहा है सीवेज, हालांकि बहुत कम है, वो इतना ज्यादा नहीं है, क्योंकि गांव का एक तो पानी वहाँ पे कम है और वो सूख साख जाता है जब तक वहाँ जाता है, इतना ज्यादा नहीं है। लेकिन जो भी है तो उसका प्रॉपर सिस्टम होने के बाद वाटर बॉडीज रिवाइव हो रही है, तो उसके बाद we are on the right path.
On the two things that ma'am and sir have raised, CPCB report says that we have 20 large, 25 medium and 93,000 small industries which are adding to this sort of pollution. And for what you said, sir, 40% of the sewerage that is generated is still unauthorized and it is not treated. So the data from CPCB says this, which is not a very great thing to look at. Then additionally, what we see as pollution, of course, is agricultural pollution. Though we have a very small amount of land which is agriculture, but the kind of pollution because of the NPK and all that we
use of chemical fertilizers.
It is very, very detrimental to what we are doing to crops. That's one. But what we are doing to the aquifer is much worse. The third thing is household domestic, which probably we don't even account for, but the kind of pollution that we are adding at household levels also is adding to the whole thing. Now, what do you really do for it? Of course, there are solutions for things, but I think ma'am may be doing them in many projects, but there are natural solutions like constructed wetlands, and we have bioremediation processes which are much cheaper and they are doable. Of course, they have their own problems of that we need a lot of land, we need a system to be in place. But I personally feel that instead of having those sprays and all those things, these solutions, if adopted with proper know-how, can actually help us much better. So we should move to nature-based solutions than using very mechanical and technical solutions.
आपने बोल दिया तो नहीं, it has been covered. डोमेस्टिक फ्रंट पे इन्होंने कहा कि डोमेस्टिक सीवर इज नॉट अ बिग चैलेंज, बट फिर भी आपका प्रोडक्शन 1000 MGD के आसपास है, 600 के पास STP है, 400 MGD तो वहाँ बिना ट्रीट हुए जा रहा है, तो ट्रीटमेंट क्षमता बढ़ानी पड़ेगी फ्रॉम इंस्टीट्यूशनल साइड। हाथ का हाथ दिख रहा है जी, 40% जो अनसीवर्ड कनेक्शन का लोड है उसको जब तक हम कनेक्ट करेंगे और लाएंगे तो समय लगेगा, तो उसके बारे में सोचना पड़ेगा। तो ये दो चीजें तो मेजर पोल्यूशन सोर्स है। एक सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा जो इंडस्ट्रियल पोल्यूशन में है दैट इज नॉन फंक्शनल और माल फंक्शनिंग ऑफ CTP का मुद्दा। जब मैं मोईएफ में मेंबर था तो ये मुझे लाया गया कुछ लोगों द्वारा कि CTP एक थर्ड पार्टी चलाती है और वहां पे कई बार वो एफ्लुएंट को ड्रेन में सीधा छोड़ देते हैं जब माल फंक्शनिंग होता है। इसको कैसे देखेंगे, हाउ वी मॉनिटर दैट, दैट्स अ बिग चैलेंज। वो बड़ा है।
Mostly I agree on the
thank you.
pollution. But the thing is, again, a little bit I disagree on those aspects.
there are two types of pollutions in
So that you're
groundwater.
not too happy.
There are two types of pollution in the groundwater. One is geogenic contaminations and others are anthropogenic contaminations. Here we are talking about only about anthropogenic contaminations. Geogenic contaminations, there are innumerable heavy metal depositions, high arsenic, high cadmium, iron, high sodium content. There are so many contaminations which are geogenic in nature. उसका by and large हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते. उसका एक ही solution है कि हम blending of water करें. उसकी फ्रेश वाटर के साथ ब्लेंडिंग करेंगे जिसको कंजंक्टिव यूज बोला जाता है. ब्लेंडिंग ऑफ वाटर करके उसको हम ठीक कर सकते हैं. As far as anthropogenic contaminations are concerned, the seepage of anthropogenic contamination does not go down to the level of deeper aquifers. So we are safe there. There is no problem in that. But as far as the shallow aquifers are concerned, those contaminations are because nowadays what we are doing cleansers in construction water will go in. It should I disagree. Even the cleaning flood period for radioactive we किसी तरीके से भी हमारे soil system में नहीं जाना चाहिए. Because once it will go to the soil system, it will enter the food chain. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take a few minutes for question answers.
Yeah, sure.
Anyone? Before I specifically invite people. Yes, Ankush.
Yes, sir. I have from the whole discussion. Thank you for. I'm Ankush. I'm working on water sensitive land. I have two questions regarding the whole. First question is regarding to the rate of replenishment of the natural cycle of water. Groundwater is a very major component in the natural rate of replenishment of water. Because अगर सिटी नहीं थी तो एक चल रहा था सिस्टम. बट अगर हम कोई भी एक अर्बन सेटिंग कोई भी क्रिएट करते हैं तो उससे कितना उसमें डिफरेंस आता है क्योंकि वेरियस वेरिएबल्स ऐड हो गए. ये अलग अलग टाइप की कंस्ट्रक्शन होगी या आप उस एरिया को पूरा का पूरा कॉन्क्रीटाइज कर रहे हैं तो उस एरिया का जो ग्राउंड वाटर में जो सीपेज होना था या एक्विफर रिचार्ज होना था वो भी नहीं होगा. सिमिलरली अर्बन हीट आइलैंड जनरेट होगा वहां पे तो उसकी वजह से बारिश का भी के साइकिल में भी इशू होगा. तो कितना जो एक साइंटिफिकली हमारा सिटी का साइज क्या होना चाहिए था अकॉर्डिंग टू द वाटर रेट ऑफ रिप्लेनिशमेंट. अगर हमें उनको बीच में कोरिलेशन क्रिएट करना है तो एज अ मतलब लाइक वी आर आल्सो लुकिंग टू द पॉइंट ऑफ दिस थ्रू द वाटर सेंसिटिव सिस्टम. बट हमारे पास इसका आंसर नहीं है क्योंकि एक तो डेटा इज प्रॉब्लम. तो आप क्या सजेस्ट करना चाहेंगे कि इसको कोरिलेट किस तरीके से किया जाए और एक साइज हम पर्टिकुलर साइज को किस तरीके से या एक पर्टिकुलर पॉपुलेशन को एक अर्बन सेटिंग में किस तरीके से देखा जा सके. दूसरा मतलब इसमें मैं एक अपना इनपुट ये देना चाहूंगा कि एवरी सिटी इज डिफरेंट फ्रॉम बिकॉज क्लाइमेट वेरिएशन है सॉइल वेरिएशन है एवरी सिटी इज डिफरेंट. तो उसको चैलेंज को टैकल करने के लिए क्या सिस्टम जनरेट किया जाना चाहिए. दूसरा क्वेश्चन है मेरा regarding to
एक करके सब करते आप कोई जो the question which you have raised is a real gray area in when we are working on ground. It is never अभी तो इन्होंने सवाल he has just raised कि when a 4-story building is raised and some more multi-stories are made, the water supplying agency is never asked for assurance. And even if there is lot of pressure, then what the permission they will give? I will continue with the same supply. And with that permission, the building is made. With that, whole Dwarka sub-city was made without an NOC from Delhi Jal Board. I think she is aware. And when it was made, and there was a lot of hue and cry. Thankfully, Munak became operational, and it solved some problem. Because of the concretization of Munak Canal, whatever is the seepage gain, Delhi government takes that additional water. That system perspective modeling, when we are going for a urban planning or when you are doing for a town planner, though the planners who are involved, they say that we had pointed all this out, but that needs to be taken, that what will be the urban footprint of this level of peopling on the groundwater system, whether it will be within the level of resilience or will it be beyond the level of resilience. That's a gray area. That's a gray area.
And adding to that, besides the answers given by Shashank, Delhi, I will just give you an example. You said how much area should have a city so that to meet the problems. Delhi, not NCR. Delhi has area of 1484 square kilometer, roughly 1500 square kilometer. You know the area of Sydney, 12,500 square kilometer. 12,500 square kilometer is a Sydney town, whereas Delhi is a 1485 square kilometer. So, if we are, certain things are beyond our control. Beyond our control, because connected. Towns are also all the growing. These things.
I just want to let these things has to be taken care of by planners. So you kindly tell us what you are doing.
On the other hand, my questions are diverting back to the panelists and not to the planners, though they are related to planning. So, pardon my experience in planning, but most, especially on the last question which was discussed, which was related to water pollution. What I see in case of Delhi, especially if I look at Kidwai Nagar redevelopment projects funded by the central government, I see that high density is being promoted under the by enhancing the FARs, whereas on the other hand, some of the reports since 1980s are suggesting that if we are proposing high densities, high groundwater contamination is a possibility, and it has been seen also in present context. However, if we now challenge that, so I somehow get confused, or I am not so experienced. So I would like to put this question: that what do we do? How do we, stop such contamination of groundwater? Because presently the status quo is shifting towards high density compact city development, whereas on the other hand, we know that it will come back to us. It will come back to us in the form of water contamination, etc. So my question is to the experienced ones, and please.
See, groundwater mining leads to geogenic contaminations. It increases as we mine the groundwater. High density area में groundwater की mining हो रही है. We are not supposed to extract the amount of water which we are extracting, particularly in an area where groundwater levels have gone down to the great extent. Again, I'll give an example of few parts of Punjab area where the groundwater was, during my lifetime, when I was posted in Chandigarh, the groundwater in that area was under artesian condition. Artesian conditions are auto flowing wells. groundwater is automatically flowing out of ground. These are known as artesian conditions. And then in a course of 20-25 years, the water level in those areas has gone down to the extent of 130 meter. I'm not talking about feet. 130 meter, approximately 400 feet. The water level has gone down. So these type of mining leads to increase in the geogenic contaminations. So in these areas, you are perfectly right that mining of the groundwater can lead to contaminations. How to stop that? And now, how to stop that? You have to reduce the mining to the optimum level. Mining of the groundwater to the optimum level. But again, if you use the optimum level, lean period, the water.
I thought maybe
कि दवाई नगर में नगर में तो देखे तो था कि कितनी कॉलोनी का क्या होगा, कितना पानी चाहिए इनके लिए, हमारी कॉलोनी का क्या होगा, इतना सीवर के जो हाई कोर्ट में केस जो था चल रहा है, तो उसके जो अप्रूवल्स हुए हैं ना, तो दो तो सेवा नगर और एक वो जो उधर वाले, उसमें क्या है कि उसमें जल बोर्ड ने बोला कि जितना पानी हमारे पास हम आपको आज दे रहे हैं उतना ही पानी देंगे, और आप उनको रिसाइकिल जो है प्लांट वो है हाँ उनको करना है वो रिसाइकिल, तो उन्होंने 2 प्रोजेक्ट वो तो बता दिया कि उनमें सरप्लस कर रहे हैं पानी को सेवा नगर में और एक दवाई नगर, उसमें वो सरप्लस पानी जो है उसको पानी में जितना भी पानी है सबको पकड़कर उसको ट्रीट करेंगे और रिसाइकिल और रीयूज करेंगे, तो वहां पर वो मसला जो था सॉल्व इसलिए हो गया। सिर्फ श्रीनिवासपुरी में जो है ना वो उसकी पानी की इनको जरूरत पड़ेगी जहाँ के लिए वो बोरवेल जो है वो यूज करेंगे।
जो नहीं ये बिल्कुल सही है। देखिए जो भी अभी मतलब बिगिनर्स इन द फील्ड है उनका बहुत सारा क्वेश्चंस होता है। फर्स्ट फिनिश दैट
क्योंकि उसमें होस्ट मैं हूँ तो कोई एंटर नहीं कर पा रहा है। Thank you, and
see you. Bye.
Apologies for this interruption.
No, it was nice listening to you. ये pollution होगा जब when water level will decline, pollution will be there. The long-term answer is balanced regional development. Why Delhi has 23 universities and 89 colleges under my university? Why there are one IIT, one NSIT, one DTU, one IIT here? Everybody from different parts of India, like me, who comes here and does a job, wants to settle here or in the satellite town. World's best facility is here. So I will live here. This is my country. Unless and until जब बेंगलोर का आदमी आता है तो वो वापस बेंगलोर जाता है, वो दिल्ली में नहीं घर बनाता है। ये आप देखेंगे तो
प्लानिंग का क्वेश्चन है।
हाँ no that for different state governments to take a call. I have never seen a gentleman from Bangalore staying back in Delhi. He will go back to Bangalore.
Okay. You are staying there. Okay, no problem. Just one last point. Aarti was saying something, and after that we will have another question.
I was just making a point that the questions that Ankush and Champy have asked, they are not really, they are not one discipline. They can't find answer in one discipline. Water security is just one part of so much that we live in. And the answer that probably the question that he asked
how do we design a, what is the size of the city that, and what Shampi also asked is almost similar. How do you decide the numbers and sizes? I think that the technical term is carrying capacity of ecosystems, and we have forgotten that there is a limit that the earth can also hold. And
hold,
so I think the solution lies in probably the population act. We need to. There are multiple factors. What I mean to say.
Delhi has crossed its carrying capacity.
So the onus is on you guys now. How do you control the population?
Thank you everyone. This has been a wonderful session. Now I hand over to Professor R. Biswas, who is going to make concluding remarks and a vote of thanks.
Yeah, thank you everybody for listening to all these eminent speakers were there since morning and explained about the invisible and made it visible to us, groundwater and its security for water in NCT Delhi. If I look at back from the morning, Samitra Mukherjee, he has given a totally different perspective of groundwater, which is how groundwater is also to be considered in terms of tectonics and its relation with the actual groundwater availability. Tejdeep Singh sir has explained very nicely explained about few terms which are there generally engineering groups can understand, but he explained in such a way that planners can also understand many of his terms which are used for explaining the groundwater. And also he has given a type of solution telling that what quantity of groundwater is available for Delhi for managing our water security. And also he explained that certain part still we are not using it. We can still use it. After that, Shashank Shekhar sir from Delhi University, he has explained water security in perspective of two more aspects which generally we don't consider, which is a health perspective. Another is a livelihood perspective. And Madam Meenakshi Dhote explained about the relation between the surface water, rejuvenation of groundwater, rejuvenation of surface water, how it can increase the quantity of groundwater, or maybe how it can replenish the groundwater system. She explained it nicely, and she has given the case study also for that. And after that, in afternoon session, it was really nice discussion. And as it was a discussion, so most of these things are explained and understood. Question was there, answer was there. I don't want to go to all this detail again. But few points, if I consider in terms of security, then few more important aspects of water security has been explained by Sarda sir. And when we more has been and throughout question of the I may be confused which we are going to use it for planning and developing a city like Delhi, or maybe other city for which we are going to plan in future. Thank you so much for everybody who has joined here, and both the delegates and those who are here to listen and who has contributed in different way. Many thanks from my side, as well as from school and as well as from Water Security House. Thank you so much. And we can join for a cup of tea.
We have to do some ceremonial activities. To honor our guests. सिंह साहब, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका, आप आए.
Thanks for calling me, rather.
You are a
No, no.
Thank you. सर आप इधर करके दिखा देंगे. पोस्टर फिर रुक जाओ, पहले उनको देख रहा था.
खड़ा हुआ
इनका पोस्टर के साथ कह रहे हैं तो वहाँ आप सभी आ जाइए प्लीज. गेस्ट फैकल्टी हमारे आ जाओ, सब आ जाओ, सभी आ जाओ, सभी आ जाओ. ये रखो जी, जो छोटे हैं वो आगे आ जाओ. सब क्लोज हो जाओ. 3 रो बना लो, 3 आगे पीछे हाइट थोड़े थोड़े आगे. ये बैलेंस कर लो, इधर खाली हो.
Landscape takes the priority.
अब हो जाएगा.
इधर ज्यादा लग रहे हैं.
ठीक है, ज्यादा है ये.
भारी लग रहा है.
ठीक है,
अब से
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Let's have tea and then we'll come back.
यार अभी तो मैंने टेक्स्ट बोलना था, बाकी अच्छा, वॉशरूम में 2 मिनट बैठो यार, मैंने अपने बच्चों का थैंक यू कर दिया. प्रभाकर शुक्ला से थैंक यू मच सर.
मैं सोच रहा था प्रभाकर कैन लिसन. प्रभाकर थैंक यू.
बोल दो थैंक यू बोल दो. बस इतने ही है, बाकी उनका रिव्यू है. I want to thank you one by one. They are the people.
So should I end the meeting?
You end the meeting now.